Hi guys. Hello. We're here. We're finally here. We've reached Limbus. We've reached the company. I know it took me a little while to cycle back to this, but that is Project Moon's fault for launching Bokgak on the same day as Chaos Zero Nightmare. It's unreasonable. How could they? How could they do that? We don't need to use that. Right. Let's go. Wait, that's not it. Here. The Bokgak. The big Bokgak button. I don't remember this too well. I do not remember this too well. The fact that this is hard now, I don't know. Maybe this will be super hard. I've no idea. Luck, thank you. That's so kind of you. I really appreciate it. 6 months now. 6 months! Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so kind. Alright. How did this happen? First, we boarded the warp train to get to our next destination, P-Corp. Got into our fancy first-class flash freeze hibernation capsules and we were supposed to arrive at P-Corp after a quick blink of an eye, but... Oh. You'll love to hear it. First thing I saw when my vision returned was the perplexed look on Faust, who had entered hibernation at the same time as I did. Then I realised that we woke up mid-transit on the warp train, which could only mean that we're now stranded in some lost, unknown dimension. Oh, bear with me one sec, sorry. Sometimes you've gotten 5 masks so far and a relic. Oh, on the bounties. Yeah, I'm not farming the masks. I can't be bothered. It's too much effort for too little output. Like, you can get better helms from other places anyway. You don't really need that much disarm trap. What? What the hell happened? First things first. Let's rewind and return to the very start of this highly unfavourable situation we find ourselves in. A few days ago. It's very nice to hear the voices. Dude, I'm not looking forward to LCCB checkup. Trying to do that on hard. It's gonna be actually possibly impossible. There I was, perplexed by the incidents at T-Corp and my awful idea of clearing the air by asking Virgilius for our next destination, not knowing the storm that an innocent question would bring. Yeah, I know. It makes me smile just hearing the voices again. Hi, Ellie! Hello! Hello, Kick Frim and Kick Ellie. Thank you for being there. I appreciate you. Frim, they come back when they rerun the intervalos. They add voices to them. When they rerun the intervalos, they add voices and the hard mode. It was only natural that the sinners immediately fell into a state of collective, dumbfounded shock. Yeah, it's all good. None of the sinners have any history of working with W Corp, but we're actually taking that train? Through what vague information we could gather from the identities, we all had some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the warp train's operations. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but since sharing things with everyone and letting them get their 2 cents in usually ended up being pretty helpful, I've been sharing more of these as of late. I have no idea, Sway, so it'll be sometime this month, won't it?
관리자와 인격의 대화록을 보았을 때 워프 열차의 원리가 다소
Whenever they feel like releasing it.
부분은 확실했다.
We have no guide beyond the monthly thing.
아, 10초 만에 도착하는 게 아니라 사실은 엄청 오래 운행한 뒤에 승객분들의 기억을 전부 없애는 거랬죠?
탑승객끼리 서로를 찍고 부순다고 했던 것 같은데요. 지루함을 이기지 못해서.
오랜만에 걸작품을 들여다볼 수 있겠군.
Even when the sinners wear their identities through identity cards, the identity's memories and beliefs don't bleed into them once it's over and done with. I remember when Faust explained that, due to the risks associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process to intentionally block them from reaching the sinners. That's why the sinners could use the identities of some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. But it also meant that they couldn't retain any new information that each identity had to offer. That's why I keep a record of some of the things that sound particularly important and sometimes share it with the rest of the sinners. My voice doesn't really carry well past the window, so most of our communications are one-sided, but I had an abundance of W Corp identities. I don't. So it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. But maybe ignorance really is bliss.
여러분의 이런 동요와 반발은 이미 예상하고 있었습니다.
파우스트군? 그대는 벌써 알고 있었던 겐가? 본인한테만 미리 살짝이라도 알려주지 그랬어.
I think it's going to be any Aldrich Clash change like they did for the past 2 months. Did they? Yeah, they haven't done Aldrich yet, have they?
파우스트는 모든 것을 알고 있으니까요.
Who was after Aldrich?
여러분이 떠올린 문제를
Chia?
해결할
It might have been Chia.
준비해 두었습니다.
열차를 탄다는 사실이 변하질 않는데 방법이 있다고요?
버스, 이 버스는요? 열차 안에 버스가 들어갈 리도 없잖아요.
타론도 반대.
So nice to hear their voices again.
다른 걸 타면 내 피밥은 누가 줘?
Gets one and all hyped for Canto 9. To think then, like Canto.
워프 열차의 최후미는 화물 칸으로 편성되어 있습니다. 메피스토 팰레스는 해당 칸에 결속되어 함께 움직이게 되죠.
These days haven't been my days. Oh, I'm sorry, not luck. I'm really sorry. I hope you feel better soon. Whatever it is, I hope it gets better, dude. Yeah, thank you for being here, and I hope you being here helps somewhat with whatever's going on with you. I'm just really sorry to hear that you're having a hard time, and I hope it gets better soon.
또한 LCB 소속 전원은 1등석을 통해
It's all any of us can hope for, isn't it? Keep on keeping on. Hope things get better. The bus begins to swell with noise again, though in a slightly different air to the alarmed response from earlier.
등석이라면 부자놈들의 지정석 같은데 아니냐? 누구는 표 살 돈도 없어서 기차 화물칸에 끼어 타고 있는데 앞자리에서 거들먹거리면서 타던 놈들.
왜 저를 노려보시는 건데요? 좀 그런데 앉아본 적 없단 말이에요.
자리 하나에 날개 직원 초봉 서너 달 치는 된다던데. 회사
The interaction between the characters in this game is so good. Like, it's easy to forget after not playing it for a little while.
걱정할 만한 재정
Friend,
상태는 아니죠.
absolutely, Ellie. Surround yourself with friends, like, not Luck, sorry. Obviously, Luck would never have these issues. Completely different person.
그런 식으로 홍보하곤 하죠. 엄밀하게는 급속 동면 캡슐입니다. 워프 열차가 실제 이동하는 시간 이상으로도 안정적인 작동이 되는 성능이니 탑승객은 눈을 감았다가 떴을 뿐인데 도착한 것과 다를 바 없는 체감일 것입니다.
그래도 회사의 배려에 참 감회가 새롭구려. 이동하는 길이 불편하지 않도록 그 비싼 자리를 선뜻 내어주다니.
그러게. 원래 같았으면 길잡이 씨랑 카론만 슬쩍 1등석을 태워보내주려나 했는데.
구태여 전원을 안치기보단 관리자님과 그 충실한 조력자만 있어도 충분했었겠지만.
다들 왜 이렇게 호들갑인지. 다음 임무를 위해 가는 것이니만큼 워프 열차가 가지는 특수성에 대해 고민하고 걱정해도 모자랄 판인데요.
아, 역시 이스마일 씨 말씀대로 아무리 1등석이라 해도 워프 열차 자체가 영 꺼림칙한 곳이기도 하고 저도 역시 걱정이 돼서.
1등석 칸은 일반석 승객들이
She will get a class station rerun, yeah.
것도 알아두시는 게 좋을 거예요. 아니, 아예 열지 못하겠군요.
It's hard with it's tough with Shio because like none of the other classes work with her. Like literally none of them work with her because her whole thing is you know, using a katana, right? So I don't know exactly what they'll give her. I've no idea. I mean, they did the same thing with Savia, didn't they? They gave her a class that she couldn't actually really use. So maybe they'll just give her a thief because that's what players want the most. Ishmael, who'd been holding that first class promotional pamphlet in her hands for a while, was chattering on with fire in her eyes.
그러니까 저희는 따로 전투를 치를 필요가 없이 편안하게 눈만 감으면 되는 거라고요. 옛날에 재정이 더 좋았을 무렵에는 기념품도 하나씩 줬었다고 했는데.
But maybe it would make more sense for them to give her something like ninja. Since ninjas also use a katana, a different one, I don't know. Which wouldn't be a bad, which would be far from a bad subclass for her.
칭송받는 영웅도 잠시 눈을 감고 쉬어갈 때가 필요한 법. 언제나 허름한 여간에서 몸을 늘 순 없는 일이지. 1등석.
Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of warp trains. I can sense that there was a growing consensus among the sinners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant that they could ride in first-class seats.
타야 한다면 타겠다.
꼭 1등석에 타야만 되나?
Get on there, so I will board the train if I must. Gilius pretended to not hear Ryoshi's question.
그럼 다 받아들였다는 것으로 알고 결발하도록 하지.
저 가장 중요한 질문이 남아있네.
뭐냐? 답지 않게 쭈뼛거리고?
I will board the train, as commanded. Don Quixote carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice.
그 1등석이란 공간에선 신발을 벗고 타야 한다는 소문이 있는데 사실인가? 어디서 또 괴상망측한 소문을? 소문이 아니오. 요전에 지나가는 자들의 대화를 엿들었는데 1등석 타면 맨발로 타야 하는 거 알지? 하고 묻자 당연하지. 그걸 누가 모르냐? 라고 하였단 말이오. 참말인가? 이스마일 군?
왜 저한테 물어봐요? 저도 타본 적은 없단 말이에요.
She's nervous.
홍보 책자에 그런 내용은 없었는데. 잠시만요.
그건 안 될 일일세. 본인은 로신한테와 한치도 떨어져서
로신한테.
하네. 결코 우리 로신한테를 저 홍상도전 히스칼리 부군의 신발짝과 같이 내버려둘 수는 없어.
이게 진짜?
붉은 시선께 부탁하네. 로신한테를 옆에 같이 태우면 안 되겠는가?
Her voice is so good. I expected Vigilius to answer with his usual exasperated rebuff. Contrary to my expectations, however, he responded in a somewhat serious tone, if tainted by that familiar annoyance.
신발은 벗지 마라.
Going all out, yeah, indeed. I'm not sure how hard this is going to be. The original, the normal version of Warp Train, I remember just being quite easy. We kind of just rolled through it with the base sinners. this is huge. This is my first impression of the warp train station. Don Quixote shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Resonante. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them.
나라고 알겠냐? 어이, 아는 거 있어?
Heathcliff asked, gesturing toward Mayorsault with his chin.
모든 워프 열차 승강장은 그 둥지의 특징과 걸맞는 조형과 건축으로 도시 내에서도 유명하다. 승강장의 모습 그 자체로도 도시 명물 중 하나라고 칭송하는 이도 적지 않지.
I've no idea when it happened, but Heathcliff started treating Mayorsault like a walking encyclopedia from time to time.
메르소군! 저자는 서부에서 온 해결사가 맞는가?
I'm warping. Aren't we all? Aren't we all for elemental?
아니다. 저자의
Oh, God.
복장은 가죽 재질과 금속 재방어구가 아니라 원단으로 만들어졌군. 저런 직물 스타일은 남북을 따지지
I remember
않지만
reading some of these
서부에서는
lines.
북이듬은 동부의 복식이기에
I remember watching this text box be really small, like really small text, and be like, oh god, here we go.
조금만 천천히 불러주시오. 메모를 해야 하니. 그럼 북부는 추운 날씨 탓에 펑퍼짐한 패션을 하고 있다고 잡지에서 보긴 했네만.
French shit. Indeed. Hey, Savan Stein! Thank you, man. I really appreciate you lurking over on Kick.
그것은 바로 코앞에 있는 자를 관찰.
It helps so much when people are on Kick. It actually makes that real money. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. Three seconds of screaming duet. One about fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration.
니도 마찬가지였거든.
나는 고막 가상 음악대를 넓혀놨다고. 정신 나갈 뻔했네. 워프 열차 처음 타보는 촌놈들처럼 왜 그러고 길을 단체로 막고 있는 거야? 아이씨, 길거도 얹어 왔는데 목표를 놓쳐서 짜증나 있는 상태인데.
진 않나? 처음 타보는 거?
Bunch of hicks.
워프 열차 왕복권은 내 삽이었다고.
아이 저 조심해. 그렇게 무기를 든 채로 팔 4개를 붕붕 흔들면.
혹시
Sasha's pretty cool.
조금 더 자세히 관찰해봐도
So make me a wine. It shall be done. Manager. Executive manager. If only he could do your gacha dailies for you. The fixer, with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off in a different platform.
도시는 넓고
Hello, Chili.
여기 앉아들은
You come to play Warp Train with us.
저 사람도 똑같이 생각했을걸요.
전신이 의체인 사람은 역시 도시엔 흔한 걸까요?
That's when Vigilius slowly walked up to our group.
그럼 도착해서 만나도록 하지.
붉은 시선께서는 함께 하시지 않은 것이요?
W사의 정책상
Hey, BOP, wouldn't he?
받은 자는 별도로 마련된 열차를
How
사용해야
convenient.
한다더군.
1등석에도 1등석이 있는 거야?
어딜 가나 특색은 날개 차원에서 특별 대우를 해주나 보네요.
카로는 돌아가고 싶어. 미피 외로울 거야.
서로 맛이 다른 사탕을 3번이나 사주면서도 말하지 않았나. 화물칸에는 사람을 실을 수 없다, 카론. 그럼 파우스트 씨.
네,
Vigilius, after exchanging a knowing look and a nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Charon away.
간테. 저희는 이쪽으로.
We followed Faust's guidance to the entrance of our train car.
와,
돌아오는 걸? 그리고 이게 말로만 듣던 웰컴 푸드 앤 드링크.
Oh, of course.
그래,
It
한두 푼도 아닌데
just
이런 건
reminded me that, of course,
있어줘야지.
this is off of Canto 6, right? And the reason why the color was all drained is because they were in Canto 6. It didn't even register to me that their colors had been drained. Oh dear, I've got the brain rot. The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation. Huh? I guess it literally freezes our bodies in a flash? Yeah, too used to T-Corp. T-Corp's got into my brain. Faust, are these flash freeze hibernation devices safe?
안전이라는 말씀은
Exactly the words of comfort that I wanted to hear, Faust. These things are supposed to freeze a solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that?
일시적인 사망 상태에 이르는 것은 맞지만 세포가 손상될 새도 없이 동결하는 것이니까요.
Ah,
일반적으로는 문제 없습니다.
sounds good. In most cases, this will not, most normal cases, this will not cause issue.
수분 결정이 날카로워져 세포를 훼손하는 문제도 이 모델은 전부 해결한 것으로 파우스트는 알고 있답니다.
I missed about half what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right?
적어도 파우스트가 알고 있는 선에서는 그렇습니다. 혹여 문제가 있더라도 결국 도착 시에는 원점으로 돌아오니 문제가 없는 것과 다르지 않겠죠.
야, 안전하다는 걸 저렇게 길게 말하는 것도 재주다 재주.
Well, I mean, from what I judged, from what she said, Heathcliff,
네,
it doesn't seem 100%
파우스트는
safe.
모든 방면에서 재주가 있으니까요.
Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about. Just as I was wondering, however, I realised that there was something odd about the way she phrased that answer. As far as Faust is aware, are you saying that it could be wrong?
파우스트는 대체로 틀리지 않습니다. 하지만 신도 아니죠.
What?
파우스트가 아직 구하지 못한 정보도 세상에는 존재합니다. 그렇기 때문에
You're a professional, yeah, but
사실은
yup.
말할 수 있어도 진실과는 어긋날 수 있는 것이죠.
Okay.
그래도 1등석이 좋긴 좋네. 피사 정도면 북부 끝자락에 있는 지역인데 눈을 감았다가 뜨면 도착이라니.
준비되었는가, 로시나테오? 이제부터 길고 긴 여정이 시작되는 걸세. 그러고 보니까 돈키호테, 그 신발 빨긴 하는 거야?
Definitely not. Where'd that come from, Radio?
아니, 생각해보니까 우리 그 고래 뱃속에서 한참 갇혀 있었을 때 기억나? 그 고래가 터지면서 온갖 찌꺼기들이 다 묻었었잖아. 옷이랑 신발 할 거 없이. 그래서 우리 그 살점이랑 피 같은 옷들 세탁하느라 고생 좀 했었고.
별로 유쾌한 기억은 아니지만 그랬었죠.
그때 돈키호테 혼자 저 운동화를 끝까지 안 벗고 버티고 있었다니까.
Sure, Ishmael's hair took some maintenance after that.
듣고 보니 좀 꼬질해 보이긴 하네요.
자네들 자신의 애마를 품 안에서 함부로 떼어.
It's been long enough since I did this that, like, I obviously remember the overarching plot of the story, but yeah, I don't remember the specific conversations too well.
자체를 본 적이 없는데.
It's like playing it again for the first time, really. Isn't dementia great? Hey, Alkowalski!
저자들은 단 한순간도 조용히 있는 법이 없군.
와, 그런데 오티스 씨.
And you just ordered your dinner. What are you having for dinner? Talk me through it.
뭐 옛날에는 이런 비슷한 VIP 좌석을 제공받고는 했지. 눈 안 떨 필요는 없다.
Otis, who was sitting there and shaking her legs, suddenly asked Faust a question.
어이, 1등석에는 한 번도 사고가 난 적 없었던 거 확실하겠지?
여러분의 불안감 조성을 방지하기 위해 워프 열차에서 일어났던 사고에 대한 기록들은 열거하지 않겠습니다.
Hainanese chicken rice. I have no idea what that is, but it sounds delicious. I'm sure it'll be delicious.
곧 출발하려나 본데요.
I mean, I understand the chicken part and the rice part.
피사행 PW612 워프 열차 곧 탑승 수속을
Region is
마감합니다.
Hainanese from. Oh, thanks, Elkabaski. The Sinners, who were leisurely enjoying the complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first class car, suddenly became a lot busier.
그럼 너무 늦기 전에 캡슐에 들어가도록 하죠.
The other Sinners made it into their capsules, no problem, but I felt like I was the only one who was fumbling.
긴장하셨나요, 단테?
I think so.
워프 10분 전. 제가 돕도록 하죠. 우선 내부에 기댄다는 느낌으로 서신 뒤.
Look at this. Look at this pose. Faust expertly guided me into the capsule as though she'd done something like this before and pressed the button inside the capsule that closed the hatch.
걱정하지 마세요. 금방 다시 보게 될 겁니다. 단테.
Yeah, we're warping. Thought I had a brief sigh. The hatch shut tightly before I could ask her
우리
anything.
열차는 이제 워프하겠습니다. 좌석 벨트가 단단히 메어졌는지 다시 한번 확인 부탁드립니다.
The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust climbing into her own capsule opposite of mine. Little did I know back then what she really meant by "we will meet again in but a moment."
단테, 일어나야 합니다. 단테.
But one thing I knew for sure was
상정 외의 상황입니다.
that something had seriously gone wrong. I love this opening. Like, this is definitely my favourite intervallo by like quite a way. I wonder how. I wonder if we're gonna have massive trouble with the fight. Here already? Wow, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. It all really happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of any emotive expression. Which I suppose is why it didn't immediately register that something had gone awry.
아니요, 도착하지 않았습니다.
Huh? But once I finally came to, had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again and realised that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. So this train is still running?
그렇습니다.
Then where are we?
어디인지 알 수 없는 좌표의 차원 어딘가를 표류하고 있을 것이라고 판단되네요.
I took a reflexive, deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. I see. But I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, this had to be part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me every little detail of her plan that will help us out of this situation. But this is all just part of a plan, right, Faust? That was an unusually long silence for Faust.
절반은 맞고 절반은 틀립니다.
With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners.
벌써 도착한 거야? 야, 진짜 눈 감았다가 뜨면.
아닙니다.
뭐야? 진짜 도착한 거야?
Chickens are
정말 눈 감았다 뜨니까.
I eat a lot of chicken.
아닙니다.
Or I used to eat a lot of chicken. Now I eat whatever scraps I can find.
겁먹을 필요가 전혀 없.
아닙니다.
Chicken's a very bland meat, right? Like you really taste how the chicken is prepared, like what it is prepared with, not really the chicken itself for the most part. Chicken's taste is quite bland.
아닙니다.
아직 아무 말도 안 했네만.
There's a brief cheer, a little hurrah about regaining our colours, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long, loaded silence, which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching play out on about 10 consecutive occasions.
혼란스럽겠지만 우선 지금의
Yeah,
상황을
indeed, Ellie.
다시 한번 설명해야만 할 것 같습니다.
And that brings us to the present.
아, 그러니까 지금 이 열차는 아직도 운행 중이고
우리는 어딘지도 모를 차원을 떠돌고 있다는 거냐?
그건 뭔가 멋있게 들리는군.
제일 중요한 건 이 모든 상황이 벌어질 걸 파우스트.
그렇습니다.
뭐 하자는 거야, 당신?
The sinners each began to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Vigilius intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about what's to come.
이게 말이 된다고 생각해? 여긴 계획이 틀어졌다고 문 열고 도망갈 수 있는 공간도 아니잖아.
문을 연다 하여도 수천 내로 몸이 산산조각 날 것이다.
그래도 파오, 앞으로 어떻게 할지 정도는 다 계획해 둔 거지? 그렇지?
So what nationality is this food? I could ask you. It looks good. Looks great. Chinese. Ah, okay. I've never heard of the dish before. But yeah, looks delicious. Enjoy it.
그렇지?
We need more pictures in the food channel on our Discord. Like, I'm always happy when I see someone post something in there. It's always delicious. Faust, whom I had rarely ever seen at the Philosopher Words, was unusually slow to respond.
뭐야? 저 왜 저렇게 얼빠진 모습인데?
Enjoy, El Kowalski. She gives me a sideways glance.
야.
King B Royal, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a wonderful day. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said that something unexpected happened. The other sinner's anger was completely understandable. It also makes sense that this continued lack of communication was harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're gonna go over the situation from the start, okay? Just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust, and for good. Besides, I doubt Faust woke us in the middle of a trip just to spite us. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down, then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust. All of it, and in a way that we can all understand. Let's hear her out first. Is that okay with you guys?
당신이 그렇게 정하셨다면요. 따라가도록 할게요.
Been lurking. Thank you for lurking. I appreciate it. So Limbus as well. Considering getting back into. Yeah, this is the rerun on Warp Train Intervallo in between Kando 6 and Kando 7. This came out on the day that CZN came out, so this is the first opportunity that I've really had to play it.
그래. 화만 내서 해결된 일이 별로 없긴 했지.
Limbus. I love Limbus. I mean, I love all of the games that I play really at the moment. But yeah, I felt bad like not being able to play this until now. So we had to get it done. Revisiting these stories is like watching them again for the first time because of the voices and because I've already forgotten a lot of the dialogue in them after some time. The atmosphere is so much better when it's voiced. The gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. Played a lot last year, fell off for a bit. Well, I mean, Limbus is a game like that you can just put down and pick up whenever you want, like between patches. That's one of the things that I love about it. It's kind of what I love about all of the games that I play, really. Including CZN. I feel like CZN is going to be a game that, like, once we've got our characters, once we've got our units up to snuff, it's really just a case of we can log in and play whenever we want, play whenever there's new content. Just for fun. It isn't a game that feels like it's pressuring you to do stuff. The cause of the issue, as always, involved a certain contract and a unilateral decision from the higher-ups at Limbus Company. W Corp, having caught wind of Limbus Company's recent distortion contract management promotions, decided to contract us to deal with the mysterious, repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by a distortion. After multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course.
뒤틀림 현상 자체는 문제가 없었을 겁니다.
No FOMO because I just put down ZZZ, tired of FOMO and fighting to keep up with the meta. Yeah. The Hoyo games do a lot of things very well, and creating FOMO is one of them. In pretty much everything they do in those games, everything they launch in those games, they're trying their best to create FOMO. Same with the Kuro games. It's one of their strong suits. Hello, Infector. How are things? How are you?
하지만
The real issue was that the passengers were disappearing.
사라진다니? 이 열차에서는 그러고 싶어도 그럴 수 없지 않은가?
Yeah, the gameplay in CCN is absolutely incredible. It's just a shame that it's surrounded by a shell of so much, honestly, kind of slop. Gacha slop. The gacha system, the story, the translation, pretty much every other aspect of it other than the gameplay itself, with the aesthetics of the gameplay and the animations of the gameplay, which are all great. Like, everything gameplay related is absolutely phenomenal. And unfortunately, every line of text in the game is complete dross. How's the event? This is the rerun of Warp Train. I've only just started it. It's really, really nice to hear it all voiced. It's been a while now since we finished playing through Limbus. So, this is the first time I've heard their voices in a while and heard their banter. It's really, really nice. Does W Corp share anything to get us started?
그 점이 이번 우회를 만든 가장 중요한 부분인 것 같군요.
Happy we're going for seemingly faster release pace for Limbus. Might actually get to Kanto 12 this year. Well, not this year, White Fang. White Fang has got so lost in the source he's forgotten what year it is. I've heard a lot about CCN being... Of course, sorry, I've got a cat's ass in the way of Twitch chat right now. Could you move along, please? Thank you. I've heard a lot about CCN being trying to start it. Kind of juggling between the Arknights and Umamusume. Oh sure, yeah, of course. I tried both Arknights and Umamusume. They're not really for me, but they're obviously both great games. Goblin move try. Chili. Come on! Corpo move to try player spend. Pity to dev. That actually won't make a good game. Yeah, I mean, FOMO is a big part of gachas. FOMO is an absolutely huge part of gachas, and FOMO is something that's perpetuated by the player base. Like, that's the really insidious thing about FOMO, right? A huge part of what makes FOMO is getting the player base to interact with each other, being like, oh, I got this, or oh, I have this, or I've done this, and other people being like, man, I feel bad, I want that, or I want to do that too. So it kind of plays the player base against itself, and Hoyo and Kuro are extremely good at doing that, like extremely good at getting the player base to compare itself to one another. They have really mastered the art. Balance change in Umamusume, which came extremely early, have created quite the stir. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Infector. It sounds bad. But I don't know much about it, unfortunately. Hello, Sparrow! How are you today? Wish we could get 9 to 12 right now, though. I need the story, yeah. The thing is, like, if you got it all at once, then you'd have to wait even longer for the next chunk. Address me! Food channel's alive. Okay, hold on. Chili, you're being a little nightmare. Now you're licking the computer screen. Now you're licking my JJ cards. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, move along. Move along! Little terror. Wow. Do you eat cornflakes heated or cold? Wait, who eats heated cornflakes? Surely that's not real. Surely people don't eat heated cornflakes. Everyone practically scrambling to understand what the new meta will be. I see. It's actually a good thing. I'm glad to hear that, Infector. Did you do Railway, by the way? It should be rotating within a month. I'm literally on it right now. White Fang! I don't know what else to say, mate. I've literally got it on the screen. My title is Warp Train Bokgak, finally. I don't know what to say, man. It's not helping with some people just make each community fight each other. Yeah, indeed. Refraction Railway. I can't, White Fang. I don't have 2 sinners of each ID. I don't have 2 IDs of each sinner. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I literally can't do it. I can do any of the other ones. Hello, Alex! Alex, do you eat your cornflakes heated? Thoughts on the new warp IDs? I don't really know anything about them, Infector, because I don't pull in this game. So I don't really understand the complex kits at all. I've no idea at all. They're probably really cool, though. They look really cool. But yeah, I don't know how strong they are or anything like that. Follow the Japanese schedule. We could have been in an extremely stale meta for about 6 months. Right, I see. Well, you are like... Uma Musume is like 4 years behind Japan, right? So they should have plenty of knowledge of how to fix their past mistakes if they want to. You heat them, cornflakes become soft. So why not? Because they come soft. Ugh. Criminal. Actually criminal. The whole thing about cornflakes is the crunch. They're just soggy otherwise. Soggy cornflakes. Ugh. Ugh. She explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about disclosing the secrets of the singularity. What's the point? You're a creature, Bellicote. That's probably why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this. Now that I think about it. You don't leave them in the milk long enough for them to get soggy though, Bellicote. What? Huh? Are you guys fucking hearing this? Are you guys reading this shit? Bellicote likes his cornflakes soggy. Is there anyone else out there who likes cornflakes soggy? Hello? We wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Faust produced what appeared to be a key card with the W Corp logo on it before continuing with their explanations.
대신 이 동면 캡슐을 언제든지 여닫을 수 있는 마스터 카드 키를 받았으니
Oh my word. This is bigger than the Owen controversy.
불배를 해결하면 저희는 메피스토 팰리스에서 이야기했던 대로 동면 캡슐로 돌아가 안전하게 도착할 수 있겠죠.
I respect you for not conforming to social norms.
중요한 단서는
Sometimes social norms are important to keep in mind though.
좀 불친절한 것 같네요.
This is worse than Hash Brown Gate. Okay, it's not as bad as that.
멋진 배지도 주고 대표님이 조수로 따라와서 이것저것 설명해 주셨는데 말이에요.
파우스트 씨도
Yeah, maybe it's a Russian thing, Bellicote. Maybe it's a cultural thing. The idea of like soggy cornflakes are like a well-known like horrible thing here. The idea of cornflakes getting soggy is disgusting. Like that is inedible.
맞아요. 이해가 아주 안 되는 건 아니지만 파우스트 씨의 행동이 하나하나 감시당하고 있는 건 아니잖아요.
그건
Yeah, now we've ruined El Kowalski's meal. But not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece.
다음엔 참고하도록 하죠.
Yeah, just cultural difference, I guess. You should talk to Fugger 11. Fugger 11 doesn't like cheese. Except on burgers.
그래서 이제 우리가 어떤 일을 하면 되는 거지?
그래, 뭐 일단 일은 벌어졌으니까
여기서 평생 썩어야 하는 상황은 피한 것 같고. 그 부분을 관리자님과
Yeah, mate. I guess it's a Russian cultural thing. Hold on, I'm interested now. Russian warm cornflakes. Apparently hot cereals are just a thing in Russia. Okay, I mean, I'm looking at what ChatGPT is saying, so take this with a grain of salt. Like, warm cornflakes are not a traditional, widely popular Russian food item in the same way as is the case for other hot cereals. Russian breakfast dishes center around various types of hot porridges known as Gacha. So it's just like heated, a lot of heated, like, oatmeal and stuff. Is this stuff true? Is this true, Bellico? How did Soviet citizens react to cold breakfast cereal? Yeah, I guess like warm, hot cereal is like a thing in Russia. There you go. The more you know. We've learnt today. Yeah, heat cereal and cornflakes. Yeah, wild. That's absolutely wild. Don't be like that, Alex. How could I not be? Cheese hater. I can somehow. Oh, cheese is just rotten milk. It is. Well, don't start mentioning milk. Brim will be going nuts. How wild. Hot cereal sounds pretty good. I reckon some hot cereal could be nice. Cornflakes, not so much. Like soggy cornflakes, they taste like. Ugh. It actually tastes so bad. But like, I could see other warm cereal being good. Like hot milk is tasty, so. Discuss? But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. Are we discussing, Faust?
낮추는 게 좋을 것 같군요, 단테.
Why are we whispering? A secretive attitude has only exacerbated my already battered sense of safety.
제젤 샤프트. 아니.
Cornflakes to make desserts. I mean, cornflakes are commonly used to make desserts all over the place. Like cornflake treats and things, and used in to create texture. But again, that's the crispiness of it. The crispiness of it is used to create texture. Heat up the cereal separately. Oh, thank you, Infector, by the way. Sorry, I was on a cornflake rant. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Heat up the cereal separately, or is it more like a case of warm cereal? I think you heat it. You heat it all together, right, Ellie? Yeah, it's kind of like oats. Indeed, yeah, exactly, Infector. That's the way it seems to be. I just never knew that this was a thing. Because, like, soggy cornflakes are like a well-known kind of, like, horror food in the UK. Soggy cornflakes. But I'm sure if it was warm, it would probably be quite nice. It would be, yeah, it would be mixed together like kind of oatsy, porridgey kind of mesh.
저는 파우스트의 정보를
Probably be fine.
열람할 수가 없는 상태입니다.
Have to try it sometime. Just like that, the ominous feeling I had turned out to be right. So we learn that Faust is disconnected from the mainframe. Oh shit, we've got to actually fight. Dude, I'm gonna get absolutely slammed by LCCB checkup. Like, this is genuinely causing me grief. I might have to use my selector to get through LCCB checkup. I wouldn't be surprised, maybe. Like, on a, probably like, thingy Faust. The hand that grips Faust.
말 그대로입니다.
Oh, whoops.
평상시에 얻을 수 있던
Like, that is actually going to be a terrifying thing.
아무것도 얻을 수 없다는 뜻이죠.
What do you mean you can't? Yeah, one he grips. Yeah, I still have my selector. Because this is a no-pull account, Infector.
그럴 가능성을 배제할 수는
So,
없지만
for the... There's one LCCB checkup fight
확실하지 않습니다.
that is Mayasol, Gregor, and Faust. And, like, it took us so long to get through that, just with the base IDs. I don't know how, depending on how much harder they make the hard version of that, I don't actually know if I'll be able to clear it. Faust answers have always been perfectly accurate and methodical. when sharing information, because we still don't have any new IDs for those characters. We have Sous Chef Gregor, but like that's an actual downgrade in most situations to Gregor. Yeah, this is Nopal. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that that was this full of speculation and doubt. The only IDs I've dispensed are the ones that were given away for free since the start of the game. So we don't have any IDs for 4 of the characters: Faust, Maesol, Rodion, and Honglu.
원인은 알 수 없습니다. 차원간 이동에 의한 문제 대비는 충분했을 테지만 아마 파우스트는 이런
She has weird clash numbers. Yeah, she does.
연결까지는 상정하지 않았던 것이겠죠.
But she has
상정했다 한들
she has way better symbols. So like we won't be able to get, we probably won't be able to get her, we won't be able to do her resonance on that fight, so we won't be able to make use of that. But she can actually generate lust for Gregor's ego.
그것도 아니라면 아닙니다. 탑승 직전까지만 해도 파우스트의 연결이 끊기게 된다는
I don't know.
증거는 없었습니다.
We'll have to wait and see.
솔직하게
There aren't good options for Maesol or Gregor off of the selector.
부분적인 당혹감을
Maesol is End Court Maesol, who is I think we'll have an easier time with the really scary one, the what was it, Envy? Was it Envy Pecatulums? I can't remember exactly. The one where you no, it wasn't the Pecatulums, was it? It was the mirror fight. Because we actually have new IDs for it. Alright, I get it now. Canto 7 is pretty nasty roadblock. Canto 7 wasn't actually very bad at all. The Dulcinea fight is the hardest fight in Dulcinea, in Canto 7. Canto 6 was harder than Canto 7 by quite a long way. Canto 8 was absolutely fine apart from Jiamu, who was rough. There were a couple of fights, yeah, it took a little while. The worst fight in the game was Bamboo Hat Kim. Bamboo Hat Kim was still the worst. The Canto 8 final boss actually wasn't really that much of a roadblock, it just took a ridiculous amount of time. We only did like 2 proper tries on Jiamu, but my clear on her took like 7 hours, 7.5 hours. The normal one, yeah, the normal one, not the dungeon one, Wizardry boy. The normal Bamboo Hat Kim was the worst fight in the game by like 1,000,000 miles. It was so rough. We were just sat there resetting for like hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. It was painful. Canto 9 will get to experience pre-possible nerfs. Yeah, I'll probably get absolutely destroyed by Canto 9 if it's pre-nerf. They might not nerf it as well, White Fang. Like, they've already been making preparations and things to make it so that they have like multiple difficulty modes, and they have they'll probably be bringing in the revive thing in Canto 9, right? Where you can like revive yourself mid-combat. So like they might not actually nerf it because they don't want to keep nerfing the content, do they? Yeah, for lunacy, they like a lunacy revive in combat. Yeah, maybe they won't nerf it this time. They seem to really not want to keep nerfing stuff. Jiamu's AoE unbreakable coins were doing hefty damage, doesn't help. They specifically started to happening late into the fight. Jiamu's AoEs were... I can't remember what was... No. Jiamu's AoEs weren't a problem, Wizardry boy. They weren't really a problem at all. The problem with that fight was the ads. The ad phase, both of the ad phases, but particularly the first ad phase where you get Honglu taken away from you. That is so fucking hard. You have to be really precise as to what you're doing because you don't have enough damage to burst through it very easily. So you have to hoard, you have to use very specific sinners in order to break that in time. Otherwise you can't do the fight. Like, that was the hardest part of that fight. And it took me several tries and some reading to be able to get through it. Now the big problem there was if you use good sinners to start with, then you can get through the early phases without loads of resets. But if you use the sinners that you need to use, the trash cans like fucking Sinclair and stuff, Sinclair and Rodian and all of that shit, that you need to actually break to deal enough damage to break the cocoon, then you have to reset a shitload to just get through the first phase. So it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. And eventually I just had to bite the bullet and take like 1 million resets on the first phase, which is really, really grim. So it was annoying, but still not as annoying as Bamboo Hat Kim. The big difference is that because I didn't know what I was doing in that fight and I had no idea what was coming up after, I was having to take so much time in the fight that the clear took me, no word of a lie, 7.5 hours to kill Jiamu from start to finish. Because I just had no idea what I was doing. I had no idea what the phases were. I had to read every line of text. I had to like strongly consider every single turn. The tree phase was rough to go into to see for the first time ever. I fucked it up the first time and had to do an additional cycle because I didn't know how it worked. I didn't know if you didn't kill them all that she got a thing, or that there was a time limit or something like that. I don't remember. So we had to do one entire additional cycle, which was horrible. Clashes are pretty high. Yeah, the clashes on the trees are really high. I recall the first thing, I had to ego them with pretty much everything I did. I recall the first thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed, when Faust told me not to worry too much. Okay, this is just a minor setback. Nothing we can't beat, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as Faust did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, the problem will solve itself once we're off the train. And if we do ever run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my clock, chili, sinners, and I feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth. But that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded.
네, 알겠습니다. 그리고 수감자들에게는
Game wants you to fight egos there to get them all. Yeah, I just didn't have, like, I don't have egos, right? So like I had to use Land of Illusion. Like Land of Illusion was my AoE, Land of Illusion and Emitter.
운행 중인 워프 열차에 있다는 것만으로도
But Land of Illusion's tough because you don't have much gloom generation with the base sinners. So even with the increased ego generation you get on that fight, it's actually pretty hard to just spam Land of Illusion.
뭐야? 그럼 이 열차문을 부숴도 다 뒤진다는 거야?
어휴, 그러니까 히스클리프 씨 힘으로는 부술 수도 없다니까요.
But we have some free IDs now, which makes things a little bit easier.
여기서 10억 년 동안
Yeah, that might be best.
그래서 이제 어떻게 하면 되는 거지? 객실을 샅샅이 수색하거나.
Yeah, it'd be easy enough to add more floors to Mirror Dungeon, right?
큰 틀에서는
If they wanted to. There's no pressure that anyone has to have to do that. It's just nice, optional content. Fast cleared the air with a cough before continuing.
우선 이 열차는 운행을 시작한 후 A사 표준 시간을
You get a
기준으로
burger just in case you get hungry later in the night. I don't think you probably need a burger after eating that. But you can if you want to.
저는 림버스 컴퍼니와 W사의 계약 내용대로
It looked like a pretty hearty meal.
획득하고 3일 뒤에 자동으로 열리게끔 설정했죠.
3일.
눈을 감았다가 떴을 뿐인 것 같았는데 동면이란 건 이런 느낌인가 봐요.
이미 알려진 대로 일반석 칸에서 1등석 칸으로 들어올 수 있는 방법은 없기 때문에 이곳은 아무런 변화가 없지만 제 추측과 JJWF의 부실한 설명을 합쳐보면
Probably, but you know,
일반
you only
사람이
live once, Okowalski.
상황이 진행 중일 것이라고 생각됩니다.
Probably unnecessary, but sometimes unnecessary makes stuff better.
지들끼리 치고받고 싸우다가 팔다리 뜯고.
If we didn't do anything unnecessary in life, it'd be very boring.
아니요, 아니겠죠. 사흘 만에 그렇게 되는 것도 쉬운 일이 아닐 뿐더러 그런 상황에 우리를 투입시키지는 않았을 테니까요.
정확합니다. 제가 생각하기에는 아마 잠시만 기다리게.
As long as you're having fun, Okowalski. If that fun comes to a Bokgak, then so be it. Just as Faust was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips and signalled her to be quiet.
뭔가 들리지 않는가? 흥난 아니 두드리는 소리인가? 분명 이 문 너머에.
As Don Quixote kept listening with her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face.
아무래도 저기에 무슨 파우스트군?
After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at Faust. He closed her eyes, briefly in thought.
잠시 비켜나시죠, 돈키호테. 직접 보고 대응하는 편이
Yeah,
나을
Don's
것 같습니다.
Don's kind of the focus of this intervallo. You don't really know it straight away, but Don ends up being the focus, right? With that, she produced the master key card from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door.
잠깐. 이 문 열려는 거야?
히스클리프 씨의 평소 조언을 한번 따라보려고 합니다. 고민하기보다 직접 몸으로 부딪히는 편이 때로는 더 나을 수도 있다는 거요.
조언. 틀린 말은 아니지만.
어차피 저도 직접 보지 않으면 아무것도 추론해낼 수 없을 테니까요.
After a brief mechanical beat, hideous creatures suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly in our direction. Hideous beasts.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수
I think
없지만요.
these we should be fine to auto through. To win the race. But I imagine we will have to heavily manual some of the stuff in this.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
This is the first real outing, I guess, for some of these guys. I guess we did Arc Knights, didn't we? We did Arc Knights and Princess Maker event. So we've done a few bosses with the IDs now. The free IDs. Ah, you little monkey. Chili's on one today. We of course need the currency from this because we will be unlocking multi-crack Heathcliff through this event, which is a pretty substantial step up from base Heathcliff.
제대로 사리분별을 할 수 없는 이성이 존재하지 않는 자들 같았네.
마치 그 고래에 의해 백화된 것처럼요.
Don Quixote, who hesitated until the last second to raise her weapon against them, hung her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began. She would not have been burdened with the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. Faust began searching the area, closely observing various bodies and general area for more information.
따라 주위를 많이 돌아보는구려.
그러게요. 평소 같았으면 저희가 관찰을 하고 있을 때 결론을 내주시지 않았나요?
Uh-oh. Sinners were starting to realize that there was something off about Faust's behavior. Might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust.
이들은 죽지 않았습니다. 자세히 보시죠. 파편과 파편 사이에 무언가 이어져 있지 않나요? 이 공간은 시간이 멈춰 있는 것으로 보입니다. 그러니 죽음에 달하는 끊어짐이 발생하지 않고 이어져 있는 것이죠.
To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what's going on, like her usual self, even if it took slightly longer than it usually does. Hey, what did I say? We got this.
뭐라고 했어?
Nothing. But I've forgotten that not all sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us.
시간이 멈춰 있더라.
Yi-san grew pensive, seeing that. Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read of her expressions. That was an unmistakable look of regret, however short-lived.
이 차원 바깥에서 바라볼 때는 멈추었다고 느낄 정도로 시간이 아득히 느려져 있다.
Actually...
그렇게 볼 수 있지 않겠는가?
네, 이상 씨의 의견이 합리적이겠네요.
파우스트 씨가 틀린 적도 있으셨나요?
Wow, Yi-san sure is the expert when it comes to time-related phenomena. Can you summarize it in an easier language now that we're broaching the subject?
그래도 되겠는가?
Yeah, she's just like, anyone else got any ideas? Here's a general idea. Would anyone like to take that idea and allow it to bloom? Yi-san began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. That was close.
간단히 풀어 말하면 이 열차에는 죽음이 존재하지 않소.
너무 생략한 것 같은데.
말을 얹자면
정말이군. 이자 심장이 뛰고 있네.
Don Quixote lowered her head and listened closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso, and shouts with relief.
이들은 퍼즐 조각이 여러 개로 나뉜 것처럼 단지 활동할 수 없는 상태로 나뒹굴고 있을 뿐이요. 몸이 분리된다는 과정은 진행되었지만 이 열차의 존재는 보존되고 한없이 유예되므로 그저 한없이 가늘어져도 끊어지지는 않는 생명만을 붙든 채 이리 널브러질 뿐이지.
어려운 말은 잘 모르겠지만 아무튼 죽지는 않은 것이군.
이들의 파편이 연결되어 있다는 것은 아무리 뒤섞여 있어도 결국 파편끼리의 실타래를 따라 모아보면 승객 하나하나를 특정할 수 있다는 뜻이겠죠. 자연스럽게
So nice to hear the voices
W4의
again.
정리요원이라는 직책이 생긴 이유를 추론할 수 있겠습니다.
누군가는 이 퍼즐들을 조립해서 구별해둘 필요가 있을 테니.
I'm looking forward to hearing all of Don Quixote's stuff at the end. It's really baffling to me that a job like this even exists.
날개에 사는 일치고 심하지 않은 게 어디 있겠어?
Still, I guess that means that as long as the train arrives at the station, passengers will all be put back together like nothing happened. From what I learned through the W Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. It's a lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person.
그거 듣던 중 다행이군.
It soon clicked in me what Faust was, though with some awkward effort, trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Don Quixote up in her own way. Who she was a while ago would not find it even necessary to do something like that. Huh? What's up? Oh, time to whisper, right?
네, 정보를 수집 중입니다.
Well, if there's anything I can tell you. Faust cast a dark gaze toward the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered.
이들이 뒤틀림인지 혹은 환상체인지 아시
Oh, yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't humans, that was for sure. From them, I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. Something inexplicable, an unclear sensation, or an aura. I felt this somewhere before. I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of this sensation. One thing I do know for sure is that the sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even the Pekatula. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say they're closer to distortions. I'm sorry, I don't think they're either of those.
확신할 수 없는 건가요?
Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions. Also different. If you had to ask, then I'm gonna guess Faust doesn't know?
파우스트라면 알고 있을 수도 있겠지만 적어도 지금의 저는
I feel like I should apologize for that.
그러실 필요는 없습니다. 단테. 불확실한 정보지만 그 덕에 한 가지 추론에 도달할 수 있었기 때문에.
Dante tries his best. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. I hope you're having a wonderful day.
그리고 직접
Dante certainly does try his best.
논리적 결론을 만들어내는 것도 예상보다.
She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands.
쟤 지금 살 좀 조각 들고 혼자 웃은 거야?
드디어 각성한 것인가.
She, like, what's she even talking about?
가문일서 모이만 뿌려주신다면 저희 둘은 주군께서 사용하신 그 어떤 벌레도 모래판에 남기지 않아요. 두 개의 쓸모는 증명했어요.
Just checking how many tokens we had.
부디 저희가 외칠 다음 전장을.
We just did this, right? Yeah, we just did this. The number of times when I was playing through the story, I would just repeat a stage by accident. And just be like, wait a second. And then everyone in chat would be like, yo, you just did this one. I was like, okay, yeah, I know, I'm sorry. After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we opened the door to the next cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion.
저희 외에도 생존자들이 있는 모양이네요.
위험에 빠진 승객들인가 보군. 이 몸이 그 중에.
워, 함부로 들어오지 마. 너희
I remember attempting to voice these lines, screaming into the mic as Don Quixote. A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path.
갑작스럽게 튀어나오는군요.
Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away.
내 쪽에서도 당신들이 갑자기 튀어나온 거거든.
So that's just pretty cool.
좀 위협적이니까 그 커다란 칼은 치워주면 안 되나?
Sure about the, you know, everything.
위협은 무슨 위협? 저기 저 사람들 지키려고 들고 있는 건데.
Voice actor's cool. Well, I mean, I've only just heard it.
그런 구식
But yeah, she sounds cool.
나
I was more talking about the character.
아이씨, 구식의 때론 제일 빛을 발할 수 있다는 걸 보여주려?
근데 복식을 보아하니 북부의 사람인 게로군.
아이, 이 와중에 무슨 오타령이야. 아무튼 이쪽이나 그쪽이나 같이 그 사고에 휘말린 상태 같아 보이는데 비켜주지.
This is the first time that we got to see Heathcliff with Remember on his back. I remember myself in this intervale. I think was it the last? Maybe it was the last intervale. Maybe it was in. No, it was in the last intervale, wasn't it? As well. Yeah, of course it was.
너희를 뭘 믿고 이 안으로 보내줘? 안 물렸다는 증거 있어? 내가 이곳을 어떻게 지키고 있었는데?
물렸다니.
Feels like so long ago now that we did like Canto 6. It really isn't that long ago.
아무것도 모른다는 표정이지. 일반실에 있었으면 분명. 잠깐. 너희 1등석에서 왔어?
It was a good few months to get through Limbus story.
캡슐에서 방금 깨어난 상태였어요. 보기에는 1등석이라. 진작 말하지. 내 이름은 사샤. 멀티그렉 사무소 대표야.
I mean, who in their right mind doesn't love dual-wielding greatswords with 4 arms? Yeah, it was a journey. Hit the playlist on YouTube. Thanks to Farzin, or I Love Faust. With that, she lowered her weapons and allowed us to pass.
사샤, 당신도 이 객실에 계속 계셨던 건가요?
The 5 cantos, all that they're gonna do is just like, that's just the introduction, right? Like, they want to make the story much longer than that. The 5 cantos are just there to like introduce all the characters and build them up, right? And that's when the actual story can occur, which is very ambitious.
뭐 그렇지. 우리 해결사 사무소에 T사 쪽 의뢰가 들어와서 잠깐 넘어왔는데 열차가 이딴 식으로 고장난 데다 아니 고장난 게 맞나? 배고파지지도 않고 졸리다는 느낌도 잘 안 드는 것 같고 이거
의체인데도 그런 게 느껴지셨나요?
아 먹고 자는 게 취미라 그쪽은 특별히 신경 쓴 부품이거든. 잘 느껴지지?
그것보다 그 밖에도 일어난 일이 있지 않나요?
아 그래 완전히 난리도 아니었다고.
정신 사납군.
I look forward to whatever the studio can offer us, regardless of what it is and when it is.
덜 휘적거리면 좋겠는데. 그건 좀 싸우다가 의원이 전부 부서졌거든. 새 의원이랑 싱크를 맞추려고 움직이고 있으니까 이해해라. 아무튼 뭔 일인지는 모르겠는데 갑자기 열차에 탄 승객들이 이 사람 저 사람 가리지 않고 막 이상한 괴물로 변해버렸어. 정체도 모르겠고 말도 안 통한다고. 다행히 나랑 저 사람들이 타 있던 칸은 괴물이 적게 나타나서 내가 몇 동강을 내버리고
now we're talking, Ellie.
빈 객실로 데리고 나온 거지.
Korean fan base though, they won't like it. I don't know. I don't know if they can do that. I don't know if they can get away with that.
빨간색이 3,200 하나, 빨간색이 3,200 둘.
저 승객들이 변해버릴 수도 있는데도 불구하고 보호할 생각을 하셨군요.
Hi, Karanita. Thank you so much for rating. That's very kind of you. Hope you had a wonderful stream. You streaming Limbus? Limbus Company live. Yep, Limbus Company live. Haven't streamed this since Arc Nights. Well, I mean, other than Mirror Dungeons. I still do a Mirror Dungeon every week. Hi! Yeah, I hope you had a good stream. Hello, Karanito viewers. Hope you're all having a wonderful day. We're just playing through the Warp Train Bokgak. It released on the same day as Chaos Zero Nightmare, so this is the first opportunity I've had to step away and play it. How dare they? How dare they release it on the same day as Chaos Zero Nightmare? Unbelievable. So selfish.
당연한 행동이지. 해결사들이란 선두에 서서 약한 자들을 보호하는 존재들이니.
I hope you guys had a wonderful stream.
나는 이미
What were you doing? What were you up to?
그리고 지금껏 한 명도 변하지
Played in
않아.
streamed Library of Ruiner with other professional voice actors. That's awesome, man.
지금 이 객실 칸 너머
That is awesome.
지옥도가 펼쳐져 있는데 앞쪽으로 끊임없이 넘어오려고 하는 걸 보면 뒤에서부터 먼 일이 벌어져서 앞으로 번졌다는
Must have been so cool.
내 추측이야.
그렇군요.
내 이야기는
I'm glad you don't have to hear my voice acting for this.
그래서 너희는 뭔데?
You're an Italian voice actor. Voice actor in Italian. So probably we won't ever get an Italian voiceover. Yeah, I can imagine so. That's so cool.
여기서 뭔 일이 벌어진다는들 당신들의
The Limbus 2 have brought many people into the PM brain rot. Love it. Love to hear it.
저희는 W4에서
Who are your
해결하기 위해 고용한
who are the characters that you enjoy voicing the most?
해결사.
네, 해결사입니다.
Speaking of voice acting, here comes Don. Faust nodded reluctantly as she affirmed Don Quixote's boisterous declaration.
그 인원을 전부
The Roland.
등석에?
Damn.
그쪽 사무소는 돈이 썩어나나 보구만.
The premium character.
아니지, 잠깐. 그럼 W사는 처음부터 이렇게 될 걸 알고 있었다는 건가? 근데 진짜 날개의 의뢰를 받은 거 맞아? 믿음이 안 가는데.
Yeah, I've played through Library of Ruina. I don't remember it very well because I played it through so long ago and I've played so many games in between. I mostly just remember some of the characters and the ending. And like little bits and pieces of some of the missions. I remember some of the really annoying enemies. But yeah, it's all a bit hazy now. Gregor and Vigilius from Limbus. Do you have a nice deep voice?
이미 잘 아시겠지만 해결사들 간의 가장 중요한 건 계약과 그 이행이죠. 그리고 W사는 다른 날개들 이상으로 보안을 중시하고 있고요.
아, 비밀 유지 서약을 했나 보군. 뭐 웨오피 옆에 계열이랑 얽히면 골치 아프니까. 그래서 증거는 없다.
Grenada, thank you. That's very kind of you to follow. I appreciate it a lot. I should have followed you as well. I apologise. I usually immediately follow anyone who raids. Sorry about that. Distracted by the story.
W사에서 사전에
Very happy to find a big PM stream. I wouldn't say I'm big at all. Like Limbus is just one of the games that I enjoy. I have only been playing this for what, about 4 months, 5 months, something like that now. I play a no pool account on here, so I played through most of the main storyline with just base IDs. I have since started unlocking the characters that have been given away for free, the IDs that have been given away for free at the beginning of the game, and I'm working my way through the Battle Pass IDs, Battle Pass egos, sorry. But I'm by no means like a Project Moon ultra fanatic or anything like that. I really rate this story though. I think it's absolutely amazing, like incredible. I love the character interactions. I think the world itself is good, but I think the game is like majorly built on the way that they develop their characters and the character interactions, and that's the real joy that I get out of this game. So getting to replay this and actually getting to hear all of the voices, I adore it. I really adore it. It's like playing it through again for the first time. It's a completely different experience. I'm a Gacha tourist. I'm not a Gacha tourist, don't be mean. Gacha tourists put down games. I play, like, I will keep playing Limbus. I'll keep playing Limbus as they make content for it. There's no chance of me putting this down. But yeah, I'm not going to be spending 25 hours a day playing Mirror Dungeons. Pixel, thank you. That's so nice of you, Kika. I really appreciate it. That's so nice of you to follow. Thank you. Hope you're having a wonderful day yourself. Put down Etheria Restart? Yeah, but with a lot of explanation as to why. Like, I have put down games before, but I don't just pick up games and then put them down. Or if I do, then I make it very clear to people that I'm not taking this game on as a proper game, like Blue Protocol. Pixel Kika is Ishmael and Ryoshi. She's Angela in Italian voice. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. My favourite character of the set is actually Gregor, but Ishmael's up there. Ishmael's probably my second favourite. I like how grounded both of them are. I like how both of them have a lot of inner turmoil, but it doesn't usually come out because they have to keep it together to keep things chugging along. They don't really let it loose like a lot of the others. I also really like May Assault, but I'm super hyped for May Assault's chapter. I really want to know more about May Assault. He's like the biggest enigma. I'm interested in Faust as well, but like you can kind of gather where Faust is going with things. Same with Otis, right? Like she's a war criminal. let's just be honest. She's some kind of war criminal, and she's probably like genocided a huge amount of people. But like May Assault, I'm really fascinated as to what made May Assault the way that he is. Especially considering in a lot of May Assault's IDs, and in a couple of times in the story, we've seen this very like flamboyant side of May Assault. They always seem to push him towards the flamboyant side of things, where he's like really showing off in his IDs. And that is obviously a very stark contrast to our May Assault. So I'm really fascinated as to like what has happened to May Assault to make him this way. Don't worry about yapping. Like, I'm here to talk. I like talking about games. Don't worry about it. I've already played this through before, right? I'm just listening to the voices pretty much, and probably struggling on some of the fights because our IDs suck. Did a couple of trailers. I'd love to hear it. Étrangère, yeah, from I haven't read it, but I've heard about it. Yeah, I yap all the time. All I do is yap. Don't worry about it. Hello, Breadstick. How you doing, sexy? It's cool when you know what CEO's story, why he went to make Lobotomy, Ruiner, and Limbus in interview. I've heard bits and pieces of it, Dandy. Suikoden, yeah, I love Suikoden, Kika. I adore Suikoden. I'm waiting for the Suikoden Gacha to come out, Starleap. Not because I necessarily think it'd be very good. I mean, it's a Konami Gacha, so. But I really want to find out more about because it's a direct precursor to the first game. So I'm really looking forward to finding out more about the backstory of like Odessa, Flick, and Victor. I'm not sure how successful that Gacha will be, but like, I'll still play it anyway. Seeking to Do is one of my favourite games of all time. Yeah, me too, me too. She brought Italian voice actors to a stream. Oh, it's so cool. We follow Pixel as well. It's so cool. Konami Gacha, yeah. So I have great taste. I mean, everyone has their own tastes, right? But I have very particular tastes. I love narrative-heavy games. I like all sorts of games, but I love narrative-heavy games. They're always my favourites because I just love compelling stories. But more than compelling stories, I love compelling characters, like character dynamics. So when you find a game where the characters have real rapport with each other over a very long period of time, that's when I feel the most attached to a game. And I start getting really emotional about games. Like the number of times I cried when I was playing through Limbus, like literally every canto, multiple times. I am a very emotional person. When I get attached to games, like, or to casts, I really feel a lot of empathy for them. You're a writer for a Fire Emblem-like game, a fan of the genre. So I never, ever since they made Fire Emblem like a Nintendo exclusive thing. I mean, it's always kind of been a Nintendo exclusive thing, but ever since they really made them so that they would only come out on Switch and stuff, I haven't played any of them. My original strategy RPG love was Shining Force, the Shining Force series. I still love those games. I could go back and play those games right now. Fire Emblem I enjoyed, but yeah, never been like really my focus. I was very, 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 very disappointed by Fire Emblem Heroes. Gets brought up every now and again. Fire Emblem Heroes is my most hated gacha because like I had such high hopes for it and I was so hyped for it, and I played it and I was like, this doesn't seem that great, but I'm gonna keep playing it. And then Langrisser came out, like Langrisser Mobile came out, and it was so much better. It was outrageous. Like, it was handled better, it was published better. All the gameplay felt better. It felt way more strategic. It didn't have the absolutely ridiculous power creep that Fire Emblem Heroes did. And so, like, even though I didn't really like Langrisser, and I really quite liked the Fire Emblem franchise, I ended up playing Langrisser instead for like 7 years. So I feel betrayed by Fire Emblem Heroes. Yeah, it doesn't feel like Fire Emblem at all, Coronado. It's just my most hated gacha. I really, really despise it. Of all the games out there, I just have an inexplicable hatred towards that game. Every time someone mentions it, I'm like, ugh, ugh. Something else, Spirit of Justice. Yeah, I haven't played any of the only Fire Emblems I've played are the SNES era ones. I like them, fun games, but not my favourite strategy RPGs. I played the first game I played when I started streaming properly, when I started doing these 12-hour streams every day, was Sword of Convalaria. That was the first game that I actually picked up, and I played Langrisser Mobile for about 7 years. I only stopped playing that quite recently, and it's only just because it's gone ultra fan servicey and ultra power creepy, because it's probably towards the end of its life cycle. Power creep is a curse in these kinds of games. I really don't enjoy it. It's a necessary evil, I think. It's very rare that you get a game that doesn't have some kind of power creep in it that's in the gacha space, because they have to power creep units in order to sell them in a lot of cases. The only examples of like non-power creep you can really get are things like Infinity Nikkei, where everything is aesthetic alone. But it's just kind of unavoidable. But there are different types of power creep, right? Like some games have real mega power creep. There are two types of really insidious power creep. One is like direct power creep, where units get like completely replaced and overshadowed just with raw numbers. Pretty much they're exactly the same unit except one is better. And the other one is immediate power creep, where the game will launch and like 1 month later there will be units that are like 20 times better than the units that came out with the game. Those are probably the worst types of power creep. If you can go a year in a gacha where the power creep is like gentle the whole way up, that's about the best that you can really hope for. SNES ones were awesome. Yeah, I don't remember them super well now, but I played through I think every single one of the SNES one when I was about 18 years old. I got my hands on emulation. I was like, holy shit, emulation exists. And I played through probably most of the Super Nintendo RPGs that I'd never got to play. Both because I didn't have a Nintendo console when I was younger, when I was really young. And a lot of those games were not ever localized in Europe, as I'm sure you well know yourself. I imagine the state in Italy would be considerably worse than even the state in the UK for trying to get those old games back in the day. Wizardry, Wizardry's power creep is decent. Like Wizardry variants Daphne, one of like probably my main game, although it's just another of the games that I play. That game has really decent, like it's really decent in terms of power creep. It's a weird game though. The people who run that I've had like kind of direct contact with. They don't know how to run gachas. Like they have no idea what they're doing. And it kind of shows. Like the power creep in that game is not really that major at all. And we're what, a year and a bit in, and there hasn't really been too much like mega power creep. And in fact, the base characters in that game are still some of the best characters in the entire game. About to play some games with Kika. I hope you guys have a really fantastic day. Thank you for dropping by. And yeah, it's really nice to meet you. I wish you very good luck with all of your further pursuits in voice acting and whatever else. And anytime you want to drop by, feel free. I stream an awful lot, but if I can catch one of your guys' streams, then I will do my best to as well. I hope you have a wonderful day. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll sort that out later. There should be a bot to do that stuff, but it works intermittently. So yeah, I'll probably have to manually sort it out later. You lose out unimportant story bits depending on who dies. Yeah, Fire Emblem. Yeah, the death for units is an interesting one in Fire Emblem. It promotes... It's one of the things that kind of puts me off the series a little bit. Not because I don't like challenge, because I really do. It just isn't the right kind of challenge for me. Because it promotes you having to play like ultra safely. And sort of promotes like save scumming type behaviour in order to avoid massive frustration. But I still enjoy the game, and I enjoy the genre in general. I love strategy RPGs. Yeah, it's always been a thing. It's always been a thing, Buildery Boy, even from the very early days. Yeah, I stream every day. I'm a degenerate. Fast produced the master keycard from my pocket. Guess there isn't any other way for us to prove that we're actually contracted by W Corp.
다들 개? 이걸로 잠겨있던 1등석 통로를 열고 W사 로고야 꽤 고급 재질. 진짜 의뢰를 받았나 봐.
It's become very much a staple of the series, though, Buildery Boy, right?
따져 묻진 않을게. 돈도 안 되는 일에 연루되고 싶은 마음도 없고.
Save files, yeah.
일을 해결하려면 뒤로 가겠다는 거네.
그렇죠.
It's become probably one of the more defining points of the series. Fixer finally got out of our way. Then, with one of her free hands, pointed toward the opposite door.
죽으러 가겠다는데 말릴 필요도 없지. 아니면 뭐 실력이 대단하면 다 구해서 돌아올 수도 있겠지만.
경력 고맙네, 해결사 사샤요. 이것은 자네에게 맡길 테니 부디 본인을 대신해서 이들을 무사히 지켜내시게.
One save file that constantly goes without being able to over. It's a yeah. People would have absolutely hated that.
이 뒤에 있는 괴물들을 처리해 주러 가시는 건가요?
Oh god, I forgot about this. Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattails.
그렇단다.
우와, 그럼 언니는 유명한 해결사예요?
그렇지. 본인은 명망 높은 해결사 라네.
우와, 저도 언니처럼 해결사.
예, 너무 치근덕대면. 아우 죄송합니다. 저희 애가.
Don Quixote's voice actor definitely does get like more restrained after Canto 7. This is the first time I've really heard the voices again, like pre-Canto 7. She definitely does get more contained, even when she's going a little wild. She's a very talented voice actress, so I'm not really surprised.
열차에 탑승하고 있어서 다행이긴 하군요. 저런 어린아이도 구할 수 있었으니.
무슨 말이야? 다들 왜 이래? 같은 바닥 처지끼리.
Works extremely well when you're working with units that aren't integral to the narrative. Yeah. Yeah, it works fine for that.
머릿수대로 긴급 보호비를 거두려는 거지. 왜 자꾸 둘 다 똥짠지 같은 소리야?
그렇군요.
I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear what she just said.
파우스트 씨, 다시 봤어요.
무엇을 말씀이시죠?
일부러 그런 거였죠? 저자가 순수한 마음으로 승객들을 보호할 마음은 없었다는 거 알면서도 돈키호테 씨에게 동조해 준 거요. 또다시 시끄러워지면 골치 아프겠다 싶었는데 다행이에요. 보셨어요? 눈이 얼마나 반짝거리던지. 평소에도 그랬지만 오늘따라 의욕이 완전히 넘쳐흐르고 있다니까요.
눈.
Fast straight towards Sasha with a question.
마지막으로 하나 궁금한 것이 있습니다.
질문 하나당 30만 원.
같은 바닥 처지끼리. 그런 판단은 유감이군요. 저희 쪽 의뢰가 성공하고 나면 추후에 W사에 적극적인 협력 사무소가 있었다고 제보해 드릴 수도 있을 텐데요.
뭐야? 진짜? 무슨 질문인데?
혹시 상대하셨던 괴물들의 눈빛이 모두 붉지는 않던가요?
Sasha paused her swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something, then answered. I was quite surprised by you know, what Sasha does at the end of this intervale, because she seems so genuine here.
일단 내 의안도 빨간색이고 저 승객도 눈이 적색이었고 거기 너희 쪽에 칼 메고 있는 녀석도 눈이 빨갛잖아? 뭐 이런 게 돈 되는 중요한 정보라도 되나?
아니요. 뭐 별것 아니었습니다.
Fast nodded lightly in her direction and opened the door to the next car. Yeah, I guess so, Ellie. It was just as we had feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of the painting of hell. Well, the solution to hell is P and enter, I hear. Sometimes.
그대, 이 검이 필요하오.
The Warp Train's default OST is a bop as well. They're like, it sounds a little bit like some League of Legends between worlds matches music. It's not called lose rate, is it? It's fine. Cockclair will make quick work of these chumps.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
Yeah, the XCOM series largely used it as well. XCOM is obviously very, very famous for that stuff.
한바탕 해볼까?
적을 난파시켰습니다.
혈염도 바로.
Yeah, understandable.
뭐라 너 죽었네. 다음은 어디로?
혈이 낭자오. 해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
힘들군. 그러니 알아서 잘 피해.
흉터의 결과요.
힘들군.
I think like multi-crack Heathcliff is probably powerful enough that we use him on like most content. I think he's quite a big step up. His 3 rolls very high when he's charged. I remember that. I don't remember exactly now.
완벽했어.
하라고? 나?
So we'll probably use him as soon as we unlock him.
최선은 다해보겠다만.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Unfortunately, I don't think he solves our gloom problem. Charging it takes a while, yeah. His numbers are, his natural numbers are just considerably better than a lot of my stuff, if I remember correctly. I'll have a look through him in a second when we unlock him.
날개를 펼치고.
Fun messing around with them anyway. Modern XCOM games, a whiff is a whiff, you did nothing. Yeah, indeed. I only ever played the original XCOM. I had fun with it. I played it on the hardest difficulty. Got through it on the hardest difficulty. That was an experience. I like fantasy games much more though. But I still enjoyed XCOM. And it was certainly very challenging. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's very rare that I revisit old games though. With mod support or not. Have to really have loved them.
몰아넣었으니 더는 못 따라나. 날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
흉터의 결과요.
혈염도 바로.
The real big pickup for us will probably be Heisho Otis. Like Heisho Otis. I mean, our current Otis is great as well. Like our current Otis is already one of our best units, one of our best IDs. But Heisho Otis with Heisho Sinclair is probably like the most powerful thing that I can do with the 3 units. That duo is like very, very, very powerful compared to the other stuff I do. A Ricardo ID next season, you think? But we won't unlock those guys until the reruns.
흉터의 결과요. 혈이 낭자오. 재미 늘 새롭다니까요.
These darn blood bags.
좁은 곳에서 전투하는 건 제법 지치는 것 같아요.
Probably not particularly easy with your choice of weapons, Sinclair. Or yours, only.
저희같이 긴 무기를 쓰는 사람들은 좁은 곳에서
Oh,
금방 지치기
they literally talk about it. These enemies weren't much harder than the ones that we fought earlier, but it was inevitable that their sheer number would eventually wear the sinners down.
파우스트 씨, 저들 정체는 대체 무엇일까요?
그래, 나도 아까부터 궁금했다고. 왜 안 알려주는 건데?
저것들은
저것들은?
어떤 존재라고 생각하시나요?
네? 그걸 방금 제가 물어보지 않았나요? 아니면 설마 저희에게 먼저 생각해볼 기회를
Hi, Fox! What's up? Of course, Faust did not confirm nor deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of making up his own interpretation of her silence.
여러 번 싸워보니까 알 것 같은 건 있었어요. 이 괴물들은 저희에게 화가 나 있거나 방해되는 존재라서 덤벼드는 느낌이 아닌 것 같아요.
맞네. 이들은 굶주리기라도 한 듯 뭔가를 향해 맹렬히 돌진하고 있었네.
맞아요. 이 열차 안에서는 배고픔도 목마름도 느껴지지 않을 텐데.
공격 패턴이 이성적인 판단에 기반하지 않았다. 그저 본능적인 공격성을 우리를 향해 발산하고 있다고밖에 해석되지 않는군.
Sorry.
그리고 또 뭐가 있었죠?
그리고 또
Yeah, we chatted to a couple of guys who came through. Carnida and Pixel Kika, who are apparently Italian voice actors who have done like live voicing of Library of Ruina and wanted to do Limbus.
신체 대부분에 붓지 않은 곳이 없었어.
Stay hydrated and moist.
피로 만들었겠지.
그러하다면 피가 굳은 결정화된 느낌이라고 해야 바를 테지.
네, 감사합니다. 모두들 유용한 정보였습니다.
They're very nice. What did you learn from that?
이번엔 운이 좋았습니다, 단테. 열차에 탑승하기 전 다음 행선지를 위한 정보를 열람하던 도중 곁다리로 읽어둔 지식이 쓸모있는 열쇠가 되었던 것도 있지만 단테의 조언대로 수감자들 또한 유익한 정보를 추려내는데 큰 도움이 되었습니다.
You mean you know what to do to blow this case wide open?
그렇게 장담할 수는 없습니다만 적어도 시작점으로서는 기능할 테죠.
With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners.
지금부터 이 상황을 타개할 방법을 제시하겠습니다.
응? 그냥 쭉쭉 뚫고 가는 것 말고도 뭐가 있는 거야?
그 자체는 바뀌지 않을 테지만 결과적으로 이번 의뢰의 목적이 무엇인지 그리고 어떻게 W사의 의뢰를 완수할 수 있는지에 대한 가닥을 잡을 수 있을 겁니다. 이번 열차 그리고 지속적으로 워프 열차에서 비슷한 사건을 일으킨 존재는 매우 높은 확률로
Dun dun dun. A bloody F.
가문일서 모이만 뿌려주신다면
It's a good thing that we don't deal with blood fiends on a regular basis.
주님께서 혐오하시는 그 어떤 벌레도 모래판에 남기지 않아요.
How many pointers do we have now?
두 개의
Need to do what? Probably two more stages?
그런 죽은 부딪혀
For the cracks stuff?
전장을
I picked the worst possible time to do this, by the way, because like we should really be doing this on the after Thursday because there's like a stamina spending event. But this is just the way that I've done it. I knew we could do it today. I knew it wouldn't be interrupted, so I wanted to make sure that we just got through it. Wait, a blood fiend? What's a blood fiend?
혈기가 대체 무엇인가?
어? 네가 모를 줄은 몰랐는데 이런 신기한 거 관련이라면 뭐든지 알고 있는 줄 알았어.
듣도 보도 못했다만 본인이 잊은 기사라도 있던 것인가?
Forsooth. Dog Katie furrows her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though the very word sounded alien to her.
저도 현실에 존재하는 줄은 몰랐어요. 그저 무서운 이야기로 만들어졌다고
Hey,
생각했는데
Sullivan!
마늘이랑 햇빛을 두려워한다고
Like you're beautiful.
아, 제가 들은 이야기랑은 좀 다르네요. 제가 듣기로는 햇빛이나 마늘은 뜬 소문이고 오히려 물을 무서워한다던데요?
Very astute.
혈기에 대한 보고는 나도
It's interesting to see that voice line
지휘관이던
from Hong Lee.
시절이지.
Because this is before Hong Lee's canto, right? Like long before Hong Lee's canto. Very rare that he actually puts in like a piece of real information. But this is true.
그들이 부린다는 부산물 도 본 적이 있다. 기억이 흐릿하지만 이런 형태는 분명 아니었을 텐데.
Belies his substantial knowledge.
손가락에도 혈기라는 놈이 있었지. 저런 고무장갑 같은 것들을 부리진 않았지만. 하지만 좀 걸리는군. 그놈은 이렇게 마구잡이로 찌꺼기를 늘리진 않았다. 내 놈도 알고 있지 않나?
네, 수감자 내에도 경험한 분들이 있었군요. 설명이 길지 않아도 되겠습니다. 말씀하시는 대로 저희가 마주한 적들은 혈귀 그 자체는 아니라고 보여집니다.
He has blood fiends in his region anyway, doesn't he? There's like a sect of them there.
혈귀의 권속이
It's mentioned in Canto 8.
찌꺼기 같은 존재. 관계자 사이에선 피주머니라고 부른다는 정보가 있었습니다.
그럴듯한 이름이지.
Why would anyone name someone Bloodbag?
이야기했던 대로 통상적인 방법으론 워프 열차 내에서 승객이 사라질 수 없습니다.
Best to move on there fast. Don't address Dante.
워프
Don't worry about him.
W사에 대한 모든 것을 알 수는 없어도 저희가 갖고 있는 정보가 꽤 많음에도 예외를 찾아낼 수 없었죠. 거기서 저는 아직 저희가 한 번도 마주하지 않았던 존재를 논리 안에 끼워 넣었을 때
Poor CZN. Like, poor CZN's story. Getting sandwiched between Reverse 99 Chapter 11 and the Bokgak.
그럼
R.I.P.
그 혈귀라는 것은 승객들을 아예 없었던 것으로 만들 수 있다는 이야기인가요?
휘발된다는 쪽에 가까울 것 같군요.
휘발.
워프 열차는 승객들끼리 온갖 폭력적인 일을 벌이더라도 본래대로 돌려놓을 수 있습니다. 폭력이라는 것에는
It's fine, they're
여러
rewriting it
가지가
soon.
있겠지만 그중 식인도 분명 존재하겠죠. 하지만 열차 운행간 시간이 유예된 승객들은 소화의 과정 또한 이루어지지 않는 것과 마찬가지일 테니 결국 복구할 수 있는 상태였을 겁니다.
Just you wait till the rewrite.
그저 입에 쑤셔 넣었을 뿐이라면 뱃속을 갈라내 그 핏줄 같은 것으로 연결된 조각들을 맞춰볼 수 있었겠지.
하지만 피주머니들은 다릅니다. 맹목적으로 피를 찾아다니는 이들은 희생자의 혈액을 흡수함으로써 자신들의 존재를 유지할 수 있고 유지비로 혈액 또한 조금씩 소비한다고 합니다.
응? 방금은 소화는 하지 않는다며?
추론해 보자면 혈귀와 피주머니에게 혈액은 단순히 에너지를 얻기 위한 식사의 과정과는 다른 것 같습니다. 그들에게 혈액이란 감정, 성취.
I love it when the text goes small. It's usually Faust or Maya, so
자신들을 유지하기 위한 많은
you just know.
것들이 포함되어 있는 무언가. 그렇기에 마음 먹는다면 혈액을 소비할 수 있고
You know you're getting a novel.
소화 따위의 과정과는 별개로 이루어질 것입니다.
그 뭐냐 무슨 소리인지 절반도 못 알아들었거든?
지금 시간이 유예되었음에도 히스클리프 군은 화를 내거나 슬퍼하거나 또는 기뻐할 수 있지 않은가?
어? 그야 뭐 그렇긴 한데
그것이 변한 것인지 생멸하는 것인지는 알 수 없으나 지나간 감정은 사라졌다고도 볼 수 있을 터. 승객들의 살아갈 의지와 존재의 가치 또한 멈춘 시간 속에서도 점차 사라지지 않소. 혈귀에게 혈액이란 그러한 것이라고 파우스트 양은 설명한 것이요.
그런가? 그래서 바로
It's interesting rereading all of this or re-listening to all of this after having played Canto 7.
구성 묘소. 살점들과 이어진 혈액도 사라져서 살점을 끌어모을 수 없을 거고요.
논지에 어긋남은 없군.
Everyone fell silent for a moment. There's way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of them either.
질문을 몇 가지 하고 싶소.
I'm not big on replaying things usually, but this is like playing it fresh for the first time. Maybe my memory is shot, probably. Isan was the first to break the silence.
피주원이라 하는 존재는 혈귀가 직접 만드는 것이요.
Yeah, unking, sunk things.
어떠한 방식으로?
거기까지는 정보의 접근이 제한되었군요.
Faust replies, avoiding Yisan's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. Sinners will only get more stressed if they find out what's going on with Faust. And that's something we both want to avoid.
제한. 아, 그렇군. 과거 그대가 말했던
추측이지만 피주머니로 만들기 위해서는 어떤 식으로든 접촉이 필요할 것으로 보입니다. 그렇지 않다면 가장 성가신 존재인 저희가 멀쩡한 것이 말이 되지 않을 테니까요.
일리 있어.
그렇다면 그 잔악한 혈기란 놈은 이 열차 어딘가에 숨어 있다는 말이겠군.
그렇겠죠. 조금 전에 보았던 해결사의 말을 신뢰한다면 이 피주머니들이 몰려온 건 열차의 뒷칸부터, 즉 나아가다 보면 반드시 그 혈귀를 마주하게 될 것입니다.
좋네! 무고한 승객들의 원한을 대신 풀어줄 기회! 봉인은 절대 놓치지 않겠네!
단테.
It seemed that Don Quixote was now invigorated, while the other sinners also appeared rather satisfied now that we had clearer sight of our goal. Faust, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of what's available to us in the moment. Let's move forward, for now. Great work, team! So, I remember one of these blood bags. One of the blood bags is harder than the others. That has come back to me. That might have been in Canto 7 actually. One of them has a much nastier set than the others. Oh, what a comeback.
Limbus Company.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
몰아넣었으니 더는 못 따라나.
敵に変化が見られます.
가지고 발톱을 걸어.
I'm probably thinking of Dulcinea. Yeah, it's probably the Candy 7 blood bags. One of the blood bags that's around Dulcinea's area, I think, gave me nightmares. Just one of the regular mobs.
한바탕 해볼까? 확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네.
Probably, folks. Yeah, probably.
그러니 알아서 잘 피해야지.
혈이
아름답진 않네.
One of the actual blood fiends, yeah. I don't know which blood bag it was, but it's a, yeah, one of them is really rough. I think it's a Candy 7 though.
힘들군. 그러니 알아서 잘 피해야지. 예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
It did repeat for a very long time, that is for certain. I think Dulcinea was the only fight that took us 3 streams to beat. Because each attempt was like 4 hours long. Even the one that I killed her on was very scuffed. Like I made a really huge mistake on it. We just like went balls to the walls and just got there just.
힘들군. 그러니 알아서
Great
잘
job,
피해야지.
team. Yeah, it's a fun fight. I think it's a well put together fight. It's just a bit long. The ad phase at the beginning makes it a bit long. Oh, now we got to listen to Sinclair. If we just go to the next map, do you think it'll stop? Oh, he does.
뭐 최선은 다해보겠다만.
He does. It's okay. We're safe.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
It's okay, you're meant to be beating them up. What's the matter with you? You're meant to be the all-star. You're not going to get to do your monologue at the end of the fight. That kind of hustle, are you? Sinclair does talk a lot about how he likes the scent of blood, so he's kind of in his element. Maybe a personality shift? In what way? I'm just me. No. My personality's just me. I'm multifaceted. I'm just human. I got emotions. Well, that's what I tell people, at least. Obviously, I'm actually an AI. Yeah, it's because it was very. It's because it was ridiculous. Like it was. It was a 4-hour fight, like, and we won on literally the last action before we died. Like it was about as hype as it could possibly be. The win against Dulcinea, and like I was so sure that run was doomed because I'd really messed up in the middle. I made one very critical mistake in the middle section, and that fight is so close, like you can't do that. We just pushed, we just went for it, and somehow got there. I was already talking about like what I was going to do differently on the next attempt. But we managed to just about push enough damage. The very last action. It was so much fun playing through Limbus like that. It really was. Every fight that we beat was so satisfying. It was so fun to be able to combine the insanely good story of Limbus with those ridiculously challenging fights. Chiamu and Dulcinea were probably a little much in terms of how long the fights took, but like most of that experience was just very, very, very fun. Railway, I can't do Railway, Sullivan. I don't have IDs for both of the for all of the characters. I can't do this Railway. I can do the reruns of Railways, but I can't do this Railway. I'm literally not capable of doing it. I can't enter it. Maybe one day it will rerun and we'll have IDs for May Assault, Faust, Honglu, and Rodian. Massive respect for anyone playing with restrictions. It isn't about respect or clout or anything like that. I appreciate it, but like, yeah, it isn't really about any of that. It's just because I have more fun. I'm selfish. I just like having fun. I love fun. Dog Haiti, her round eyes wide open, began sprinting somewhere. I forgot about this, dude.
이봐, 우린 괴물이 아니야. 괜찮아?
Fun. Criminal.
변하기 시작한 건가요? 그럼 벌레 팔 같은 걸로도
It was like, what? Huh? No, this is just my arm. Gregor stumbled for words, scoffed, and then cast his gaze toward the floor in disbelief.
그래, 뭐 착각할 만도 하지. 이게 뭐 의지인지 괴물인지 한눈에 봐서 알 수가 있나.
같은 생체형 의완이더라도 이렇게 투박한 구형 모델은 최근 도시에서 보기 드물기 때문에 착각할 수도 있다.
의체. 다행이네요. 전 또 그 미친놈들이 쳐들어올까봐. 보다시피 다리도 이 모양이라 여기 숨어 있을 수밖에 없었거든요.
그런데 W사 직원들이 이 열차에는 왜 타고 있는 거지?
Huh? You're right. From what we found out about the warp trains through the identities, I can't imagine why any of them would ever willingly board this train.
외부 의뢰로 온다던 해결사들이죠. 저희는 당신들을 도와서 사건을 해결하라는 명령을 받았습니다. 저희라고 하기엔 저밖에 안 남았지만요. 동료들은 저 앞칸에서 차례대로 이성을 잃어가더니 결국
그럴 수가... 파우스트군...
Yeah, thanks, man. So it would appear that you are mistaken because he is outdated in the use of his prosthetic. Yeah, thanks, man. So
죄송합니다.
appreciate you, mate.
그 정보도 아직 열람할 수가 없군요.
It did calm the guy down though. He was like, okay. That does explain it. I love the excerpt that's earlier in this Ganto where it's like, at some point, Heathcliff has started using May Assault as a walking encyclopedia, just asking him things and expecting an answer. Though her voice and expression were both as serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it.
파우스트에게 너무 많은 부분을 의지하고
Gregor is a boomer, even in his prosthetics. Also, potentially, his arm is a weapon of mass destruction. Potentially. Find out later. Fast muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this either. I'd also grown too used to Faust's omniscience because I could always trust it to be there for me. I was starting to realise that I don't have the means to dig myself out of a hole like this. No, maybe I'm too reliant on the sinners as a whole. If, when the time comes for them to depend on me, when they can no longer stand on their own, can I really manage them? Lead them to the right choices? Doubt, coloured with fear, begins to rise like an ominous plume of smoke.
뭐 괜찮습니다.
The agent struggled to get to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled on a lever.
이런 공간에 잘도 저런 걸 숨겼군.
And the wall behind what had initially appeared to be a folding chair for employees spun open.
이게 무엇인가? 설마 저 앞에 있는 혈기를 해치는 비밀 무기가 숨겨져 있다거나?
It's just him taking an escape pod to get out. I remember.
비슷하게 보이긴 하는데 저곳에?
He's just outie. The cleanup agent slumped into the pod that appeared in the wall.
무엇을 할 생각인가?
이런 상황을 위해 W사에서는 직원용 소형 동면 포드를 준비해 놓았거든요.
그랬군. 그럼
그럼 남은 일은
Well, to be fair, there isn't really much he can do, is there? His legs are like broken. With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair and a wall covered with viscera have remained. He's gone.
가버리셨군요.
We blankly stared at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well then, I guess we gotta... Let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on.
다음 술자리 모험담은 이거군.
I
아주
think...
완벽했어.
Yeah, we are there. We made it. We've made it to the multi-crack Heathcliff man.
이야, 시간 한번 더럽게 잘 가네.
Right, let's have a look.
뭐야? 이 자식 바람 구멍 몇 개 생겼다고 벌써 저 세상으로 가버렸는데?
Oh, yep, we get the cutscene. Uptie 3 cutscene. Heathcliff. There's one peaceful afternoon. Charles slowly turns his head to the side at the voice calling his name. He's been staring blankly at the ceiling for a while. Heathcliff, come on! You planning to zone out for the rest of the day too? It's lunch already. It's only lunch. Bloody hell, mate. What a slow day. The office fills with an amused laughter as the child begins pulling his hair with all four of his hands. Maybe the laughter made the child feel a bit self-conscious. He quickly attempted to change the subject. So, what is it? Why'd you call me? Going out for lunch at Ham Pang Pang, just around the corner. You coming with? Nah, I ain't going. Enjoy your lunches, lads. Huh? Really? I thought you loved fish and chips. Their new seasonal menu. I've seen you go for that every lunch for a while. I ain't hungry. Oh, don't tell me. Did you replace your digestive tract with a prosthetic too? Ugh, I can never bring myself to do that. Oi! I ain't it either, yeah? He raised his voice in a burst of frustration before dousing it with a heavy sigh. I've had a lot on my mind today, that's all. Well, then, give us a call if you change your mind. I don't mind picking one up to go for you. Co-workers left the building, leaving the child all on his own. With no one left inside the building, other than the child himself, the room was completely silent, save for the sound of ticking clock hands. No noise of tapping on typewriters, calculators, or even pens scratching against the paper. Now ain't that a bother? Maybe I should have left my eardrums intact. He absent-mindedly rubbed his ears, which had been recently replaced with a prosthetic. Then he went back to staring blankly at the ceiling. The child's been having funny thoughts as of late. It ain't there anymore. Fun of battle. It's gone. Violence was an old friend of the child, ever since his Backstreets days, but it's never felt this dull. A good, singular strike used to make him laugh with exhilaration. Facing down a powerful enemy used to make his competitive spirit burn brightly, even as he grumbled. Of course, when he cooled from the heat of the battle, he'd go back to his usual self, thinking things that an average person might think, not wanting to go so far as to kill someone, for example, or maybe that he might have gotten a punch too far. He's been getting less and less of those thoughts as of late. Same was true for the day he participated in a contract expedition. You crazy son of a... You almost lost your arm just there! Yeah, whatever, mate. I'll just replace it if that happens. Boss lady's got dozens of backup arms at the ready. You must have lost your mind! The child was, as per the terms of the contract, battling a syndicate of the Backstreets. Some among them were using prosthetics as well, but most of them had them installed at the workshops of dodgy quality, and there weren't that many of them anyway. Most syndicate henchmen reacted with the same horror as they faced the child. Attacks that other fixers would back away from, the kind of sweeping attacks that would help make room for them to momentarily regroup. You daft! Keep stabbing at my arm! You won't ever hit my circuitry where it matters! None of them even fazed the child. Instead, he gladly took the hit and continued to advance closer to his enemies. A destroyed arm, a punctured shoulder, none of that was ever critical. He could simply replace them within minutes. The child, a fixer with prosthetics, did not care how much damage he took, as long as he had enough cash. The battle was easy, of course, but the child was bored. Even after a grueling battle, all he could think of was, oh, we won. Even as he stabbed his enemies forcefully with his spear, all he could think was, oh, there he goes. The fact that none of the violence inspired anything other than the simplest, most surface-level observations was mind-numbingly boring to him. Still zoning out, Heathcliff? The child snapped out of his dry reminiscence of the expedition when his co-worker called over to him. The child was about to thank his co-worker for so kindly bringing him a sandwich, but he looked down, noticing his co-worker wildly swinging all four of his arms while pointing at the table. He'd spilt his cup of coffee all over the table, drenching the report he'd spent the morning writing. Huh? Did I spill that? Who else, man? How should I know? I don't feel heat. Okay, but isn't that report due today? How are you so okay with losing your entire morning's work? Cracking. More things to waste my afternoon time on. But the child's face was contorted into a frown. Seeing that, the co-worker quickly pushed the child away from the desk, swiftly cleaned up any surviving documents, removed the cup, and wiped down the table. All that task was rather quickly and competently. After that task, I think this is meant to be. After that task was rather quickly and competently done. Oh, no, I get it. All that task was rather quickly and competently done, once all four arms of the co-worker got to work, and only when the table was squeaky clean did he return to his seat. The child watched all of it in flabbergasted silence, let out a hollow chuckle, and then leaned back into his chair. Maybe I should quit. An utterance full of emptiness. He's been spending days upon days sitting in the office, save for the days when they go work on a contract. He'd only planned to work there for a little while before quitting, but he's been unable to bring himself to get to the last part of this plan. Where else would I work or go? Ugh, what a bother. The multi-crack office, which was composed only of fixers with prosthetics, was a comfortable space for the child. Spilling hot coffee at someone was no big deal here. He could also hold conversations with replacing his arms and legs without making things awkward. Maybe it was that sense of camaraderie within the group that made him feel awkward every time he left the premises of the building. Grabbing piping hot items without hesitation, walking for hours upon hours without ever getting tired. It was those little things, those minor details, that have been making the child feel a sense of alienation ever since he replaced most of his body with prosthetic parts. Well, suppose I ain't going anywhere without my family. Wonder if we'll pick up any interesting contracts today. Waiting and waiting for a small pebble to make the tiniest ripple in his tedious, uneventful life, the child looked back, up at the ever so familiar ceiling. Days rolling, clicking by like cogs in a machine. The child was merely growing used to their kind of life, the life in the city. And that explains how Sasha gets all of her arms broken in a fight, I guess. Yeah, depressed Heath. I didn't expect multi-crack Heath to be like that. Hold on, let me scroll back up and see what I missed. Yeah, of course, fish and chips. Yeah, I'm sure nothing will happen to him on his way to ham pang pang. Would imagine Heath to be a Scouser. Yeah, maybe he is. Who knows? I mean, he's not. He's Korean. I don't know what I would love to know, like, the context of his Korean. I guess it's just, like, rough Korean. It's like street Korean or something that he uses. 3 charge IDs before Gregor even gets one. Apparently so. When am I going to play your favourite game? That time I got teleported to a library and got all my limbs torn apart on my way to get a sandwich from Ham Pang Pang. I've been putting that one off. Maybe eventually, Sullivan. Rhino Gregor, huh? His Arcot bar looks so good. We already know that Nikolai Otis ID is going to be busted. Apparently so. CCN EOS in 30 minutes? Wait, why is CCN EOSing in 30 minutes? Oh, it's maintenance. How long is the maintenance? Look. It's okay, we're playing this anyway. Probably back up by the time we get to it. Yeah, can't even enjoy battle anymore. It explains a lot with Sasha. Like, it explains why Sasha is so Sasha-y if she's anything like this version. Right, we need thingies. Oh, we've almost got enough. No, we don't want to exchange for thread, that is for sure. Dear God, we don't need more thread. Heathcliff. Oh, almost. I remember it being more to up-tie things. Oh, it's because the last 2 things we've up-tied have been triple O, right? That's why. For some reason, I was like, isn't 60 the max level? It's not yet. Right, let's have a look at this. So, his main attack rolls for 11. He gains charge count on the successful coin flips. His second attack base rolls for 13. Half 9 charge count, consume 2. 10 charge count, sure. This unit consume charge count. Wow, there's so many things. Oh, it inflicts healing down. That's interesting. That's definitely not a mechanic that we had access to before. Effects to decrease proportionately to the effect, so we can help stop healing with this. When the unit is hit, the attack against charge count equal to value. When this unit is hit, the attack against charge count equals to this value. Oh, it applies this to the enemy. So he gets this up. He wants to set this up so that when he attacks, he gains a bunch of extra charge count. Hi, Sarah. Where do I get my counselling tickets back? Because my whole team needs therapy. You don't. You can pay 30 gems to counsel them, though, if you click on the box, the counselling box. You should get most of those gems back, or all of those gems back, and then some, because they need, because they'll give you gems back from the counselling things. If you are out of tickets. This thing rolls for a 13 as well. So he's 11, 13, 13, which is roughly baseline with the other sinners, with most of the other sinners. But when he is charged up, these things roll for a lot, right? Gain +7 charge count. 7 charge count, okay. And this inflicts, both of these inflict photoelectricity. So he puts the photoelectricity up, and then once he hits them again, he gains a lot of charge. This also does blunt fragility. And his defenses, he can use defense to gain 3 charge count. Oh, and it can proc twice. Ooh. We need to like put him into some teams probably. I imagine he's going to be better than regular Heathcliff. Or most things. They don't roll totally dissimilarly base, but I imagine with any kind of charge setup, he's going to be considerably better than base Heathcliff. Like base Heathcliff's main thing is upheaval. Upheaval's really quite good. The rest of his kit is not. He's all blunt as well, isn't he? He's slashing, blunt. Yep. Oh, he's blunt, alright. I thought we were going to get those 3 back daily. You do get those 3 back daily, Sarah. You probably spent them on excursions already. This is something that has confused a lot of people. You probably spent them on excursions already. And I would highly recommend you do spend them on excursions because you need the affection from them. And you also need to have done excursions for your progress. Clanker Heathcliff. Yeah, pretty much. Oh yeah, we got a good old fashioned Clanker on our team now. I imagine he's gonna be kind of similar to Ryoshu. This other Ryoshu, where he really is more effective on a single target. But ads are not really great for him because he wants to hit a single thing and do the photosensitivity thing. That's one, because his coins are great. If he can get rolling. This consumes 10. This is just very powerful. This doesn't consume either. These consume a lot of charge. Probably takes a while to ramp that up, I would imagine. $11 for half a year of satisfaction and progression. What, the battle pass, Breadstick? Is that what you're talking about? Yar.
죽음께서 모이를 뿌리셨으니.
Oh, this was not really this was not really what I was meant to be doing. Oh, yeah, we got a 20% bonus from Moldy Crack Heathcliff as well. I forgot about that.
잠시.
모두에게 예술을 보여주지.
내가 필요해?
출발인가?
오, 와 기대되네요.
따라가겠어요.
네, 원하신다.
따라가겠어요.
새 거래.
오, 네, 원하신다면.
와,
네.
따라가겠어요.
This was the team that I was meant to be on. What are his colours? Oh, he does have Gloom as well. I think we can pretty much... He's going to offer the same kind of Gloom to our basic team as Ishmael does.
문제 없어요. 네, 문제 없어요.
네.
내가 필요해?
따라가겠어요.
최선을 다해볼게.
He provides very similar resources to regular Heath, I guess. A lot of wrath. We needed the wrath anyway, so this is actually really useful for our
잠깐만, 천천히.
for our average like fights. He's got really good resources for us.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
혈염도 바로.
Hey, Ian! How's it going? How wild exactly would you say? I don't look at my viewers when I'm live. That upsets me. Wild like a hunt. Oh yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, Envy as well. It's actually really useful. He's got very similar resources to base Heathcliff. He just generates gloom instead of lust. I think he looks ultra cool as well. I didn't realise how cool Multicrack Heathcliff looked until I saw him in the trailer. He actually looks really, really awesome. I wasn't even aware that Multicrack Heathcliff was Sasha's ID. You got Wi-Fi in the light. Ultra cool. Wi-Fi in the light? I don't know if I know what that means.
힘들군. 그러니 알아서 잘 피해야지.
Oh, first got Sasha. Sasha ID is Multicrack Faust. I see. I mean, that would make sense. Yeah, average. Just an average multi-crack agent.
힘 조절이.
I don't know anything about this game, Ian. I especially don't know anything about the IDs.
내가 먼저다.
비껴 베어버렸군.
It's fun looking at the depressing life of multi-crack Heathcliff. You're on a Rupture team, that's cool. As long as you're having fun, sir, that's all that matters. I don't really understand what most of the IDs do in this game. I'm like probably one of the worst people to talk to in regards to what IDs do. No more Maos.
다음 술자리 모험담은 이거군. 아주 완벽했어.
No Mao false. Sounds like your account's bricked, but I can't.
잠깐만. 아직
From what I understand, I believe your account may be bricked. So I've been led to believe. Clay, you're meant to be winning. You're meant to be the golden child of our wrong side of the tracks account.
혈염도 바로.
The audacity of this man. This rooster. Be losing clashes.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
Also, if Rooster struggles on Clash, uses counter. I mean, I'm just win rating through the trash. The win rate won't use the counter. Yeah, he deserves it, Ellie. Even I can win rate these. That's really saying something. I don't really remember the Cassetti fight very well at all. So I don't know if we'll have a struggle with it. We're using some better IDs than we were originally. So obviously we're still on almost entirely or entirely base IDs. The first time we did Cassetti. He just died before doing his one singular mechanic. Yeah, I'm sure. Well, I mean, you'll probably get to see the mechanic here now. Yeah, and this is a no pull account, and I only have the units dispensed that were available as freebies.
야, 설마 벌써 죽었냐?
We do have a Yisang. I do, so yeah, pretty ideal. Yeah, based on Honglu. He actually holds up pretty well. We don't have a Honglu ID. We don't have a Honglu ID, we don't have a Rodian ID, we don't have a Maresol ID or a Faust ID. And we only just got our first ID for Heathcliff. What team type is this? None. It's like base ID. Like I don't know how to make this any clearer to you. Like I only have it's a no pull account. Yeah. We have Sous Chef Gregor. We have T-Corp Rishi. And we have She Ishmael. We also have Mola Yisang and Mola Sinclair. And that is all the IDs we have. No, I have not pulled, no. Yeah, everyone has it. That's why I have She Ishmael. Deep breaths, deep breaths. How does the verification on a Discord server work? The verification will get processed by a bot that I run later on. I can just fix it for you if it's bothering you, Elkowski. There you go. It just does. It actually doesn't. It actually just doesn't. I can use some of our Enkephalin boxes. I didn't even buy the Enkephalin boxes from the last event. It didn't seem like any point.
그럴듯한 예술이라면 더 좋을 텐데 말이야.
Carmen stole your phone. That happens. I hate it when that happens.
내가 먼저다.
60. Did I have 69 Enkephalin? Jesus Christ. What is life? At least when that Heathcliff uses his, particularly when he uses his 3, he gets the charge like instantly that he needs. T-Corp Ryoshu takes so long to ramp, and it's like reliant on hitting a mob that's already got tremor on it. That makes it less hard to ramp.
한바탕 해볼까? 힘들군. 그러니 알아서 잘 피해야지.
敵は深手を負っています。
내가 먼저다. 야, 설마 벌써 죽었냐?
You don't know who Carmen is? Carmen's one of the Lobotomy Corp guys, right? Are you talking to streamer? I think Sullivan's talking to me. Carmen's one of the Lobotomy Corp folks. Like one of the big project. What was it called? Thingy of Light. Something of Light.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Seed of Light. Yeah, that's the one. Thanks, Ellie.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
So the light, right? I'm with you now. It's such an obscure reference, but yeah, I get you now. I'm afraid, like, while I have played those games, I don't live and breathe Project Mean, so a lot of the like very obscure references are really lost on me. I do like the games, and I love the character interactions in this game, but I'm certainly not like a Project Mean fanatic.
설마 벌써 죽었냐?
Thanks. Christmas soon. It is Christmas soon. When is Thanksgiving again? I always forget when Thanksgiving is. Thanksgiving's in November, right? At some point.
힘들군. 그러니 알아서 잘 피해야지.
27 28. Thank you. Thanks, Mokue.
그러니 알아서 잘 피해야지.
KGH gives us 300 leniency. Really? Does he? Oh. I thought that was a real thing. Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat.
이건 또 뭐야?
This is a cool shot. I don't just mean because Gregor's ass is here. I don't remember this shot at all. Like, this is very... This isn't like a common shot, right? We're on the final car adjacent to the freight train, and we discovered that odd box with the T-Corp logo on it. Gregor's ass is fine, sure.
전투 중에 부서진 것 같구려.
Lobotomy Corp is an absolutely disgusting game. I hated every second of playing it, but I loved the story so much that I wanted to play it anyway. God damn, Lobotomy Corp, not for me. Definitely not my sort of thing.
역시 W4구도.
The music's great though.
T사뿐이
That theme, the like idol theme in Lobotomy Corp is ingrained into my brain even after all this time. When it played in this game, I recognized it immediately. I was like, oh yeah, I'm back there. I'm back in the suffering minds.
오히려 아직 그리 이름을 날리지 못한 우리 림버스 컴퍼니에게
It takes a very special sort of person to enjoy that game.
이례적인 일이라 보만.
I'm not playing that thing. Yeah, I played it because I wanted to say that I had played it, and I have played it. And that's all I would like to say on the matter.
부서져서 속이 드러나기 시작한
It's a torture device which makes you love Project Moon like I do.
아, 부서졌다고 하니까 생각난 건데.
You can link it to me, but I already know Lobotomy Corp's story. But yeah, you're welcome to link it to me. It's difficult for me to ignore how Rogia hurriedly swerved to a different subject as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself.
피덩이가 붙은 의체 부품 및 조각이 사방에 널려 있는 것을
I've already played Lobotomy Corp all the way through. I've played Lobotomy Corp and Ruiner. Like I already know the stories of them. I don't remember them super well, but like I have played them and I remember bits and like especially the endings of both. I have not seen it, no, second one. It's been like, what, 5 years since I played those games. Almost 5 years now.
아까 T사의 원정을 받다던 해결사 사무소가 이 사람들이었을지
What's that we said? I
모르겠어요.
can't think about that right now. Let's first deal with the task at hand. Makes sense. You're getting rage baited? Why are you getting rage baited? I don't understand.
같은 모델의 의체가 많이 보이네요.
Fox, we're joking about... I'm so confused, Sullivan. I have no idea what's going on. I'm so out of it. I have absolutely no idea what is happening right now.
의체를 사용하는 해결사들만 고용하는 사무소도 있다고 본 것 같다네.
What were we joking about? What were we meant to have been joking about?
혹시 이분은?
We were walking through the blood train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack, as though he saw something awful.
이제는 분명 승강장에서 마주쳤었던.
Playing Lobotomy Corp and Ruiner? No, I've played Lobotomy Corp and Ruiner. Yeah, I played them about 5 years ago. It was like what, June 2011 or something. 2021. When it came out on out of early access, I think. Ruiner, and then after I played Ruiner, I was like, oh, what's this other game that they've got? Oh, Lobotomy Corp. This looks sweet. I'd love to know more about this fucking world. Oh, this game is a steaming trash heap of depression and frustration. But I played it anyway.
우리에게 시비를 걸던 자군.
원정을 왔다 실패했다고.
Yeah, cool idol music. That's about the nicest thing I can say about Lobotomy Corp.
많은 숫자의 해결사들이었으니.
The story was great still.
말할 만도 하네.
부서진 팔만 한다스가 넘을 것 같네만. 예비팔을 교체해가면서 썼던 것이지 않겠는가?
Ji-chun was definitely quite OP by the end of Spring Cultivation, yep.
그것은 아마 다른 피주머니에게 저항하던 중에 발생한
Makes
문제일
sense.
것입니다.
That would explain all those broken prosthetic arms and legs in the car.
전쟁 때도 비슷한 사례가 많았습니다.
Dude, the art in
의체는
this
언제든 교체가 가능하니.
the art in this game is so cool.
특별히 아끼거나 보호해
I don't remember it well.
싸우지 된다는 마음가짐.
By Kanto, I mean Intervalo.
자기 몸을 제대로 보호하지 않아 일찍 전사하곤 했습니다.
Maybe so.
하나의 상황이 생각보다 다양하게 해석될 수 있군요. 두 의견을
There's a bug
모두
within
기억해두겠습니다.
saved data. Interesting, second one. 1500 crystals, 30 pulls, 5 stamina teardrops. Holy moly.
좋은 자세군. 당신 같은 사원들은 꼭 끝까지 살아남곤 했지.
네, 뭐 다행이었겠군요.
Cock Claire is my ace, Iron. He's my most powerful character. Faust answered Otis in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. They're talking about Chaos Zero Nightmare, Iron. You're right, Faust? It was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried.
신체적으로는 문제가 없습니다만. 네. 고립된 바다 위에서 마구잡이로 그물을 던지는 것 같은 이 상황이 유쾌하진 않군요.
It's one of the few times we see Faust like showing weakness. I remember the first time I read this line. It was interesting to see her actually, like, this is probably one of the most vulnerable lines that Faust says.
평소에는 열람한 정보에 간단한 추론만 곁들여서 명료한 결론을 내릴 수 있었으니까요.
Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of a sentence that I could barely hear what she was saying.
그건 알 것도 같네요. 새까맣고 고요한 호수 위에서 어떻게든 식량을 구하겠다고 그물을 던져도 막막하거든요. 대체 여기가 어디쯤인지, 이곳에서 무언가 잡히기는 하는 건지. 갈피 자체를 못 잡으니까요.
Got that emote.
나 또한 보이지 않는 묘혈에 누운 기분인 것은 매한가지요.
Chest
눈에
freckles.
맺힌 상과 코끝의
Nah.
혈약만으로는 나아갈 길을 알 수 없으니.
Shuma could agree. Shuma does not agree that that is a perfect emote. I looked demented in it. It seemed that Ishmael and Yisang picked up on the first part of a sentence. However, as they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation.
그런데 파우스트 씨가 그런 말을 하는 건 처음 보는 것 같은데요? 아니, 정확히는 파우스트 씨가 오늘따라 평소랑 달라 보인다고 할지.
I'm sure the Korean incel player base spends no limit of time thinking about Ishmael's chest freckles. How dare they deny them through Mola Ishmael? How dare they?
아, 나쁘다는 건 아니에요. 오히려 조금 유해 보여서 좋네요.
그대에게서 본 적이 없던 모습이기에 퍽 신선하오.
그런가요?
Faust's reply was curt. I love Kurt. She closed her eyes.
승강장에 있던 팜플렛에 의하면 이 열차는 객실용 12칸과 화물용 1칸으로 구성되어 있다고 한다.
As per the information provided by the pamphlet on the platform, it is likely that the train is composed of 12 passenger cars and 1 freight car. Thank you, Mayor. That's so kind of you. Thank you for your input.
현재 도달한 곳은 11번째 칸이므로 메피스토 팰리스가
We are aboard a train that consists of many freight cars. The average is 12. Which means
높은 확률로 이 피주머니들을 만든 혈기를 마주할 것이다.
just beyond that door.
그래봐야 이것들 대빵이라는 거 아니야. 뭐 얼마나 다르겠어?
역으로 말해 그 많은 피주머니를 거느릴 수 있는 존재이기에 위험 수준을 높게 생각하는 것이 타당하다.
잘 알려진 정보는 아니지만 혈귀의 상대를 전문적으로 하는 해결사도 있다고 합니다. 혈귀 사냥꾼이라 불리는데 정보가 사실이라면
I was expecting to have to spend more character shards on Bokgak Heathcliff.
생각해보면 피주머니라는
Maybe we'll be
것들은
getting Radiant's
법적으로
4th match
혈기를
flame
따르는 일종의
sooner rather than later.
사기 저하나 탈출을 걱정하지 않아도 되는 군대를 만들 수 있는 자. 전쟁이든 일상이든 그런 자는 언제나 보통 이상의 능력을 갖고 있지.
I'm sure he does, Iron. I'm absolutely sure he does. The sinners each exchange various opinions with one another, possible strategies, estimations of the Bloodfiend's strength. And all of a sudden,
다 집어치우시게! 이런 천인 공로의 상황을 만든 범인을 잡으러 가는 건 아닌가? 지금 이 순간에도 그놈의 혈액을 휘발시키고 있을지도 모르잖아.
so good to hear her voice again.
반드시 본인의 손으로 그 자를 처단하겠네. 그러니 서두르세.
She sounds like she definitely sounds more deflated after chapter 7. Like it isn't quite the same anymore. There is a difference. I thought it sounded like there was a difference, but going back and hearing her like pre Canto 7, like there is actually a difference in the voice actor's voice. She's so talented. Like she has such a good range. I'm not really that surprised. She doesn't sound quite as hyper anymore in Canto 8. Really annoyed with Dawn. Dawn's nuts, man. I love Dawn. I love Dawn all the way through, even before this. She's a breath of fresh air. Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. I really grew to like Dawn in Canto 3, when she just beats the shit out of Sinclair. Like Sinclair's losing it, and Dawn just starts beating the shit out of him. Like she just knocks some sense into him. That was there. I was like, man, Dawn's pretty cool. Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. She's not wrong. Besides, dealing with the Blood Fiend is the key to completing our contract. With that, I open the door leading to the last car of his train. I'm seeing Sinclair suffer. She's helping him. She really doesn't hold back. But she's helping him, I think.
잠깐만. 아직 충전 덜 했거든.
Don't beat the shit out of Otis. Maybe. Maybe in Otis's Canto. I don't think the Sinclair household threw a lot of great parties. I don't think they had time for such things.
다들 왜 그런 표정이지?
Ooh.
왕자에게 인사를 올리러 왔으면 최선을 다해서 웃어야지.
저자가
It's a good voice.
이 모든 일의 원흉이자 저희가 처리해야 할 혈비인 듯하군요.
무릎을 꿇고 머리를 조아려 예의를 갖춰라.
He's such a worm.
저기 누구길래 우리가 그래야 하는데?
한 번만 말해줄 테니 똑똑히 들어라. 내 이름은 카세티. 가족으로부터 도망친 제6권속이자 너희 위에 군림할 진정한 왕자이다.
이 열차에서 일어난 모든 사륙에
Oh, this is gonna be so good.
왕자의 앞에서
The exchanges between Dawn and Cassetti are gonna be so good.
하지만 모처럼 배가 부른 상태니.
Oh, it's Sinclair's voice actor too. Really? That's cool.
자, 보다시피 이 열차는 근사한 식사를 위한 연회장.
I can hear it now that you mentioned it.
피주머니를 마음껏 만들고 먹어도 이 인간들은 끊임없이 찾아오지. 그럼 나는 그때마다 만찬을 즐길 뿐이다.
얼굴에 여흥용 가면을 쓰고 있어.
인사할 생각이라면 얼굴 정도는
Also,
제대로 보여주는
voices
것이
are Thumb Mafiosa. His attitude is total opposites. It's really funny. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, Sinclair has his moments, doesn't he, as well? Where Sinclair massively changes. He gets really, really pissed sometimes. It's quite rare. It's only happened a few times. He gets really pissed sometimes, and he's like a manic fiend. That's always really interesting to hear his voice.
이 가면 떼어지지 않아. 될 수 없어. 떼서는 안 돼. 그래선 왕자가 될 수 없어.
And what's the downtime for? 40 minutes on Casera Nightmare. So we're not going to have a problem with that.
가면 뒤의 모습은 흉하거든.
God knows, I might be stuck on Cassetti for a while.
숨기기로 했지. 하지만 너희들의 피를 전부 마시고 나면
Who? Are you talking about me, Ellie?
돌아올 거야. 그럼 그때는 가면을
벗을 수 있겠지.
Yeah, Cassetti sounds great.
안면에 바느질을 한 자는 누구지?
당연하지. 이 가면은 감히 이름을 입에 담기
I completely forgot that Cassetti was wearing a mask. That makes so much more sense in retrospect. I totally forgot that he was wearing a mask.
너무 아파. 아니야. 웃고 있어요.
Never ever, Ellie.
웃고 있잖아요. 저는 왕자랍니다.
정신이 획가닥해버린 놈이군.
He's a bloody loon, innit?
다 웃었냐? 그러면 이제 몇 대만 좀 맞아라.
난 너희 같은 놈들이 좋아. 울고 짜고 바닥에 엎드려서 애걸복걸하는 것보다.
Yeah, it all makes sense. It also makes sense why he's so absolutely nuts.
달려들면서 피가 끓어오르는 그런 놈들.
주위나 둘러봐. 넌 혼자야. 우릴 당해낼 수 있을 것 같냐?
히스클리프 씨, 방심하지 마세요. 상대는 이 열차의 수많은 승객을 피주머니로 만들어 온 자입니다.
방심은 안 하겠지만 그래도 뒷칸에서부터 피주머니들은 보이는 족족 우리가 썰어버렸잖아.
숫자. 그래, 숫자가 중요하지. 몇 명이 방문했는지가 중요한 것.
Keep count of our visitors. Yeah, this makes sense as well. The visitors to La Mancha land.
난 말이야, 아주 강해. 그리고 이 새로운 왕국에서 물러날 마음은 조금도 없어.
Yeah, it's really interesting to come back and watch this after having already played Canto 7. Like, all of this makes so much more sense. Because it sounded like absolute, like, lunatic ramblings, you know? And I mean, it still is, but they actually kind of make sense now, like, why he's crazy in that way. And he will have been starved for so long. Almost makes you feel bad for the poor guy. Almost.
이건 제가 만든 왕국이에요. 누구에게도 넘기지 않아.
조금 의아하긴 하군요. 추측하건대 저 혈귀는 이 칸에서 거의 벗어나지 않는 것 같습니다만 그 영향은 열차의 모든 칸에 미치고 있을 정도로 강력할 뿐더러.
Yeah, the parade repeats for eternity indeed.
가만히 앉아 있어도 피주머니가 대령된다는 건.
잠깐!
Someone suddenly and frantically charged into this car. It was Sasha, the fixer we ran into in one of the earlier cars. Instead, he shrinks into his throne at this sudden intrusion, terror apparent in his face.
자네는 설마 우리를 도와주러 이곳까지 와준 겐가? 저길 보게나! 저자가 이 모든 사건의 원흉인 혈기일세!
I mean, he's pretty powerful.
그대가 보호한 승객들 모두 이 열차를 무사히 탈출할 수 있을 거라네.
Cassetti is pretty powerful, right?
혈기. 만약
He kind of smokes us.
채로 이성을 유지할 수 있는 혈기가 더 있다면.
와, 정말 여기까지 왔나?
I don't know. How does Cassetti escape? Anyone know?
나도 옛날엔 열심히 싸웠는데 마지막까지 남아서. 무슨 소리를 하는 거야? 그랬더니 이 네 팔 중에 3개가 뽑혀 나갔더라고.
Yeah, I don't think it's explained. I wonder how he got out.
그런데 이상하지? 팔이 하나밖에 안 남으니까 그때서야 이런 생각이 들었어.
Yeah, I guess he just bounced. I guess he just left. He just got out. their compulsion to the higher kindred is like so strong, right? That they probably didn't guard it in any way, so it would have just been, maybe it's just he went so insane. Because he is pretty nuts that it just overwrote even his compulsion.
그래서 빌었어. 살려주면.
피하세요, 돈키호테.
무엇이든 다 할 수 있다고.
Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her great sword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust's hurried shout had fully died away.
내가 말했잖아. 예고 없이 갑자기 튀어나오지 말라고.
Crop warp train system. W crop. Probably W corp. Warp train system. Thank you for following. It's a very specific name. When was this account made? It was made 10 hours ago. The W crop warp train system. I wonder if that is someone here. Welcome, thank you. I appreciate the follow, very kind of you.
너무 시끄러운 거 몰라. 가족들이 날 찾으러 온 줄 알았다고.
죄송합니다, 카세트님.
아, 소개하지. 이쪽은 앞으로의 왕국을 위해 내가 나의 왕국을, 가족을 함께 건설하고 있는 충실한 나의 종자이다.
My loyal squire, like the tales of fixers.
말씀하신 대로 강한 놈들을 선별해서 이곳으로 보내려고 했습니다만
Yeah, my loyal squire.
전부 형편없는 놈들뿐이었기에 1등석에서 온 저자들을 카세트님에게로 보내주었습니다.
권소.
I'm sure Daddy Don spoke to many others about his absolute adoration and fascination with fixers.
당신은 권속이란 게 무엇인지 정확히 알고 계신가요?
아니, 하지만 이것만큼은 얘기할 수 있어. 그분의 피가 내 몸에 들어온 순간 다시 태어난 기분이었지.
권속은 뒤틀림이나 환상체가
Must have been tough, Sashi. You don't really have many of your own veins left, do you?
정확한 정보도 없이 무작정 받아들였던 것은 그만큼 절박했기 때문이겠죠.
아마 권속이 되기 전에 나는 그랬겠지. 자네가 저 혈기의 하수인이라는 소리인가?
Dogadi's complete worldview just shattered.
우리가 처음 보았을 때부터 붉은 눈에 대해 물어볼 땐 얼마나 놀랐던지. 의심했어도 내 눈은 붉은 빛을 내는 의안일 뿐이라 의미는 없었겠지만. 그러면 자네가 보호하고 있던 그
Yeah, I don't know how hard this is going to be for me.
내가 말했지. 숫자.
Can't imagine it'll be a walk in the park.
숫자가 중요하다고. 행렬은
It's a good question. One that nobody has the answer for. You love seeing her disappointed. Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. The smaller one among them stood out to me. My mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. I knew that the passengers were dead the moment we realised Sasha was a blood fiend, but I hoped that we'd be spared the sight.
어린아이도 있었다네. 알아. 언젠가 커서 해결사가 되고 싶어 했지. 그런데 해결사가 될 바엔 피주머니로 사는 게 나아. 해결사로 살아온 내가 보증할 수 있어. 그이 닥치시게! 정의롭고 이름 높은 해결사 같은 꿈을 꾸면 결국 실망하거든. 아니면 일찍 죽던가. 그이 닥치라고 하지 않았는가?
Don Quixote did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. So this is 2 waves with Sasha on the end, right? I don't think we're brave enough to try to auto this, are we? We'll probably win rate the first wave, but even that might be too much. Even that might be too much for us, because like we might need to max resources and not take random damage like that. We got the red gaze. I'm afraid the red gaze is not here with us right now. This is going to be so much damage that we're just taking for free at the start. We may need to manual the first wave. Should run Mirror Dungeon base IDs only. I have. We got to floor 12 with them. Oh, great job done.
재밌는 순간이에요.
아름답진 않네.
これが必要な戦いであれば
죄를 새겨주겠어.
That's quite wild, Ellie. Ian, I'm not sure that you love this city.
설마 벌써 죽었냐?
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
Disgraceful, Fox. Disgraceful. You can't vanish!
힘들군. 그러니 알아서 잘 피해야지.
혈염도 바로. 모아쳐라.
You need to watch your mouth, Ellie. You're gonna find yourself sworded before you know it.
안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
주머니로서 우월해지는 것인데.
I've got my eye on you. Oh shit, this is Sasha. Oh, it's okay. She doesn't have a huge amount of HP. We can probably auto Sasha. Yeah, Sasha will be fine to win rate. Probably. She's only got 1000 HP.
그러니 알아서 잘 피해야지.
내가 먼저다.
Can't win, just win rates your team. I mean, like, yeah, it wouldn't be the first time. A goofy ass laugh, yeah. Don't red coin me. So mean.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
I think we have to fight Cassetti immediately after this, so this is going to be very, very difficult with the amount of damage we've just taken from Sasha. I imagine. But don't try, don't know, you know?
모자란 피를 채우자고.
몰아넣었으니 더는 못 따라나.
Oh, we didn't take that much damage. We definitely couldn't have done this with base sinners.
진절머리가 나는군. 허락도 없이 만들게 된 나의 첫 권속이 이런 덜 떨어진 놈이라니.
용서하십시오, 어버이시여.
치워라. 그나마 일용할 피주머니를
Hi, Cassette.
자식의 추태는
You
그 어버이가
low key? Does that stand for low key? Cleared this entire event. Good for you. What a load of shit. With that, because he reached out toward the pile of blood bags on the ground and so there are two reasons why this is going to be awkward. One, we're taking a bunch of damage. Two, our ego resources are going to be all over the place. An armor of hardened blood materialized over the Blood Fiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable enough to make our skin crawl.
혈액을 걷어들인 것으로 힘을 더욱 키운 것으로 보입니다.
아직 완전히 힘이 돌아오진 않았지만 이만하면 왕이 된 나의 행진에 어울릴만 하지.
Oh, he sounds great.
그렇죠. 자, 어디 덤벼봐라. 왕을 해하려는 반역자 놈들아.
Sounds so cool. Right. Oh, damn. Sinclair took so much damage. That just means he hits harder, right? It's fine. Are we like bleeding or something horrible? No, we've just got one set of bleed on here. That's not too bad. He's only got 2,000 HP. I don't want to auto it because he'll like out heal me when he fucks this thing up. But this, I remember this being very easy on normal, like compared to all of the other fights. Yeah, we have no gloom, of course. We have 7 charge, so this isn't turned on. His first actions, if I remember correctly, his first set of actions are very weak, and then he quickly transitions to a much more powerful set. We don't want to consume, we want to generate charge. And how do you play this game again? We should probably save our powerful attacks. You blood flamed? No. What are you getting next turn? Getting another heal. What do I have hitting this? Ah, you.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
젠장!
Nocturnal Sweeper Bokgak soon. It's LCCB first, right? I'm really dreading LCCB checkup Bokgak. That is going to be rough. I'm gonna have such a bad time.
무불아위.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
This roll was rather high. But we should be fine, right? Oh, this doesn't roll that high. No, never mind. It's his next set that does. Any red coins here? No, we're not dealing with red coins. His 2 consumes 10 charge, right? His red consumes 1 charge. Consumes 5 charge. This applies the photoelectricity. How long does photoelectricity last for? Is it until he's hit again? Sorry, that's my first time using Crack Heathcliff.
뭐 용건이라도 있는 거냐?
Turn end, this effect expires, so it's only against additional hits from him. This unit is hit, the attack gains charge count equal to the value. Yeah, that has 5 or less charge count. I guess the HP loss down is actually kind of functional here. Probably use this before we ebony stem. I guess we just fire it off because we want to get the ego up. First time I've used ebony stem. It's exciting. Who are we having defend here? I don't really not want to use the whirlwind. I don't want to lose the flank thrust either. Someone has to stop the ship. I guess we lose the whirlwind. Someone has to offset this. What does this look like? Oh damn, cool. I like her getup. Please stay moist. Hey Shishona, how's it going?
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて
The Parade's Prince. Ah! I didn't realize this is called the Parade's Prince. This attack. The Parade's Prince. It's so cool that they had all of this like pre-written, right? And they already knew exactly what they were doing with La Mancha Land when they wrote Cassetti. This is 11, 14, 17. No coins. I know some of his attacks later get really nasty. I remember. You have 2 turns of Blood Flame. I also remember if he actually connects, he heals a lot. To all clean-up team personnel, a riot has broken out in one of the cabins.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
Fox will sort it. Get the mods in here. The writing in Lobotomy Corp, especially Ruiner, is miles ahead of any Kanto and Limbus. I think they're very different. Yeah, I think they're very different. So, like, Limbus Company's greatest strength, in my opinion, is the interaction between the 13, I suppose 15 characters that are repeated recurrences and take up, what, like 95+% of the game's text. That is the greatest strength of Limbus Company's writing, in my opinion. And that blows anything in Library of Ruiner or Lobotomy Corp out of the water, because nothing can compete with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of like character development between that cast, that short cast. However, the like storytelling, world building and that kind of thing, sure, I could see like the Lobotomy Corp stuff I think is probably more interesting. Lobotomy Corp and Ruiner stuff is more interesting. That is certainly how I feel about it. How does this work again? Is this gonna fuck me up? I am the prince of the parade! Double Hard Blood Glaive's heal effect. On use game 4 Paralyze. On use game 4 Paralyze. Double Hard Blood Glaive's heal effect. Reset SP to 0. Gain 10 stored blood. 1 value every time this is hit on here. Yep, sure. So just blast him through this, right? We can't clash this. We can dodge it. We can evade it. I don't know if it has any kind of extra effect off of his passives. There are La Mancha Land Blood Fiends among the enemies. Gain the following effects. This is interesting. Was this originally here? I don't know. The clash against La Mancha Land Blood Fiends lose 4 clash power. When attacking La Mancha Land Blood Fiends, lose 5 SP. Deal minus 20% skill damage against La Mancha Land Blood Fiends. I don't know if this was originally here. They must have added it with the rerun, yeah. That's so cool. Yeah, it's neat for the hard mode. PTSD passive, yeah. It's really bad as well, like it's really savage. It's not just like a minor peeve, like 4 clash power is insane. All the other stuff. I don't think we're getting messed up by this hitting us. I guess we just hit him. What's he weak to? NB weak. Makes sense. Might stagger him before he acts, though. Does he cast even if he's staggered? I don't remember. Does not get staggered this turn, yep. Lust. He is strong against Lust. Oh, he must be strong against Wrath as well. No, he's normally against Wrath. This attack just... Oh, it's because it's slashing. Yep.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어 진을 끊어. 나는 진정한 왕으로.
Oh, it just goes first, I see. I should have just used his defense against it. I must have missed that line of text. I saw it ended the turn, but I didn't see that it went before our stuff. Oh well.
너무 기대되는군. 이 힘이 어디까지?
Okay, now he uses real actions. We can't clash him properly. We probably don't need to stop the evade. Ooh, we don't have enough of Crow's Eye. We've been Spendrift. Hold on. I don't think we have anyone who can naturally... he can take one of these with a favoured. Just neutral any of those. Well, does not get there. Heel turn will not get there. So the best what we have is this here. Probably need to Crow's Eye. Unfortunately, Yisang is acting last. We do have Lifetime Steam. It is ready to go. At a moment's notice. Just say the word. We could try to evade here with someone. Don's an evader, right? He's saying is a counter attack. Don's our only evader here. What does this Don's evade roll to? 13. This would be 13. He's got Clash power up. Yeah, we can't really reliably evade any of that. We're gonna have to take a neutral with her, I think. Or just defend it. Kind of okay too. Mordecai feels already hurt. Otherwise I'd use his defense to generate charge for him. He needs to generate charge, doesn't he? Can't right now anyway. There's no way we can really make that fly.
죄를 새겨주겠소.
Oh, his evade rolls fucking high. There wasn't too much we could do about it. We could have taken one of the hits. The branch got through. 로스트한테! So our resources are in a bit of a mess because of how little management we did up until this point. That may mean that we can't kill this. This is very stacked. Hi! Hi! Hello, Marshmallow! Hi! Hi, everyone! Hi, Atheo! Hey, guys! We can actually clash some of these now. These are the weak attacks. These are still going to be very hard to clash. This is going to be particularly difficult to clash. So Forest of the Flame should be able to get this. And we can offset him. We would love to use this so that we can get charge. Probably use that to just clash one of these low attacks. Hope he doesn't fail that. He will absolutely die if he fails that. Winning this makes him lose stored blood. What do we need to generate? How many turns of blood do you have left in you? None. Can you clash one of these? Probably not. Branch of Knowledge really does a number on sanity. I doubt you can clash this, can you? Probably not. Who are we clashing this with? We can't Crow's Eye again. One's not gonna have numbers on anything. We don't have like plentiful resources on really anything right now. I think this clashes either of these. Or the Princess Parade is worse. We have Branch of Knowledge here. We can do Pathos Mathos. Ebony Stem has really weird requirements. We do actually cover the Ebony Stem. We could use Ebony Stem again if we want to, but it's a shitload of resources. What do we have coming up here? We have Otis's 3, which is a great roll. Sinclair's kind of stuck for a while. We don't have flank thrust coming up anywhere there either. Don can't even clash with Fethy well. We need to generate Sloth really badly. So we would like to use Don to not clash. I don't know if we can get away with that. She can take the favourite on here. That's not awful. So then we have... we could also Durante him. Help, right? His levels are probably way higher than ours. Give it a go. See how that changes things, if at all. Very little. So his attack and defense levels aren't like super way higher than ours. It changes it a little bit. We still need a clash for this. We're still only getting neutral with Sinclair there. So we probably have to branch of knowledge this. Or we can don it. We can Sangre it. How are we dealing with this here? Like, she can't even get there with her fairly well. I don't think he can either. How hard is this roll? 13. We can maybe dodge that with her. Or we could take it on the chin again. We could just defend it. I think we have to branch of knowledge. Sadly, this is only favoured because we can lose the flip and lose the roll, but that's way better than anything else we're gonna get. And this is, we really need to win this clash to get his shed blood, his stored blood down. I don't think we have great alternatives. Yeah, well, we're blocking this, or we're countering that. It's kind of bad. We can take the neutral on this. Feed some sanity if we lose, though. It's a slightly weighted neutral on our side. Okay, let's complete it. Hopefully we should bring his sanity down a bit before we get to that roll. Nice flip. Nice flip, Cockclair. That's great work. His sanity's going to be in the dirt after this. He loses sanity when he flips a heads for branch. Great job, Yisang. What a guy. This lets us Crow's Eye next turn. If we want to continue to Crow's Eye, we have to... His stored blood is way lower now, so we actually have like real clashes again. We need to generate 3 gloom. Moldy Crack Heathcliff has that much having trouble identifying where he was there. He has 16 charge. So he has plus coins on both his 1 and his 2. This will drain him for 5, which is fine. You've got basic attacks, so you're probably best for offsetting Don. I don't know if we should keep foresting. That might be a bit much. We're going to run out of resources. We've got to keep in mind that he's Durante'd right now. That won't last forever. Maybe we want Dawn to hit and Ryoshi to offset. It's probably better, isn't it? If we're not going to be foresting. We're going to have what, four Wrath.
내가 먼저다.
So we will be able to crazy again next turn. So we can keep up our sloth, which we probably can't. To generate 3 sloth a turn, it regenerates 1 itself.
이것이 진정한 왕자의 행진이다.
The bleed is eating us away. He's back to his back at the start of his cycle. So he's storing blood again. A whirlwind here from Honglu, so he could take something there. We're not going to be able to crazy again next turn. We can crazy this turn. We're not going to be able to get a counter with Sinclair this turn. The numbers are too high. This is the last turn of the Durante as well. We're very light on Gloom. What are we doing to this? Forest? Oh, he can actually clear this. It would cost him all of his charge. We do this instead. Yeah, multi-crack Heathcliff's rolls are pretty good once he's charged. This has really good odds for us. Saves us an ego, which is really massive at the moment because we're a bit starved. Favoured. I think Dawn there. It's probably better. Maybe this gives poise as well to the gang. Wait, it's no. It's brushstroke that gives slash fragility. Should get his sanity down a little bit too. We had to do the really nasty flashes. Sinclair, my man. Why did you do this to me, Sinclair? Going to the tavern with Gillian for the first time, and I have to guess the right answer myself because no one in Fast Thoughts has him. Oh no, I got it wrong. He hates me now. It's fine. You'll know for next time how to better please Gillian. Ellie, don't worry about it. It's a learning experience. He's 6 stored blood. We have no Crow's Eye for next turn. We have no way of getting our Gloom back. We generate a surprisingly little amount of Gloom now. We can evade something, but like that won't really work. It's not going to help us too much. Our clashes should be okay this turn. Don can clash this. So who can handle Parade? That rolls to a 17 naturally, but it's increased by a lot. Favoured there. Mordecai Heathcliff is dominating out here. That is going to be all of his remaining charge though. I don't think this replaces itself with charge, right? No, this is like the nuke. This is going to consume 10 of his charge and then he's not really going to be able to clash next turn. But it's either that or he doesn't attack. Next worst is blood. She covers that. So I think we probably just do that. We're fine with discarding this, so we don't need to defend to block that. Conley's definitely on the offset here. With his 2 downward cleaves. These 2 should be relatively easy to block. Go away is not too bad. He covers that with his 3. The heel turn doesn't get there. She's actually favoured on that with Draw of the Sword. He's favoured on that with that. I guess we can use the flank thrust. Then we have these 2 here. We have a splatter on reissue which rolls alright. This is dominating here with that, so we should probably use that. We're still not in a place where we can use the counter. We have a lot of spare resources, so I think we probably fire out a forest. So we just need to push him down. The more we falter against Cassetti, the worse, because he heals a huge amount when he wins clashes. He just heals a lot. This is going to help a little bit with that. This actually gives like healing down. Our new toy. What's the worst clash here for us? It's probably Draw of the Sword, isn't it?
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
Thank you for keeping everyone moist, friends. It's always important to stay moist. Get mortal struck, Cassetti, you idiot. Well done, World of Warcraft. Oh. It's fine. He pulled it back. Hello, Hidden. We are getting we're getting a bunch of gems and 10 pulls, I think, Hidden. So second one was saying. He's 1 stored blood. He's about to stagger. Does this go through stagger? If not, then we probably just stagger him. Because this, he gains stored blood off this attack. This is how he resets his cycle. It doesn't look like this goes through. So we can do... We need to do 100 damage. We want to generate with Heath, really. We could... No, I think that's fine.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지. 무불아위.
Okay, you got him, guys. Good job. And he, Multi-Crack Heathcliff was good on that. Multi-Crack Heathcliff was giving us some really good numbers. Great addition. They had to patch his curses voice line. Why is that? Multi-Crack actually feels really good compared to my other units. Like, he was getting... I was like, wow, his numbers are so high. They're actually so good. And yeah, he requires a little bit of maintenance and setup, but I'm used to doing that with the T-Corp Ryoshu, and it's way less hard to manage than the Ryoshu. This guy looks sick. Yeah, the artwork in this game is amazing. Yeah, great multi-cracking. So the original Warp Train, this was one of the easiest bosses in the game, Cassetti. Like, I didn't really remember what Cassetti even did. It was probably the boss that I struggled on maybe the least in like the entire game. Project Moon have a story writer they can borrow to CCN. It isn't that simple, really, is it? It's like Project Moon doesn't have to answer to anyone. They can just write their shit. Their whole thing is telling a story. Like that, ultimately they want to be a profitable company, of course they do, but like the premise was that they just wanted to tell a story, and they still just want to tell a story now. The whole game is the story. CZN not only has to appeal to multiple different demographics, but it's run by a massive conglomerate company. So it has so many boxes to tick. There's just no way that it was ever going to possibly have any kind of storyline that could match like Limbus or Reverse 99 or anything like that. It's just not feasible, sadly. But then again, you know, it has cracking gameplay. It has absolutely ultra fun gameplay. So there's that. Yeah, Project Moon is very similar to the Wizardry team, where like they're a very small team. They're actually a crazy small team, and that's why the quality is so high, but everything takes so long. Hi Peeb, she's great at everything. I don't know. What does Phoebe do? What's Phoebe's specialty? I don't know anything about Phoebe. If they lend if they lent them their CEO and KJH took over as the CEO of Smilegate, I'm pretty sure that the company would go bankrupt in in like a week. The shares would be gone. It would go under. Immediately go under. So no, probably not what you want. At best, there would be an almost instant vote of no confidence, I imagine, against him. Exactly, Elkabowski. It just wouldn't work. But that's what I'm saying. They're dynamically very different. The two companies, like, they are just incomparable in what they are, in their style, their size, their scale, their scope. You just stream himself playing and doing pulls, and then give the player base 20 pulls because he feels like it or something. Yeah. Yeah, Limbus has a surprisingly large player base, absolutely, but it doesn't have surprisingly large profit. It doesn't make a huge amount, like, comparatively, obviously in our terms, in most of our terms, it makes a large amount of profit, but compared to, you know, other companies, other franchises, other IPs, it doesn't really make that much profit because the game isn't orientated towards making that kind of level of profit. It doesn't have these shareholders overlording over them, demanding those kinds of profits. And that is the biggest critical difference between something like Chaos Zero Nightmare and something like Limbus. And the same is kind of true for Blue Pock as well, which is why this and Reverse 99 get away with like doing what they do, and no bigger game industry could be no bigger game company or no bigger company could ever afford to do that. They would never be able to get it past the shareholders. Wizardry is a real anomaly because Wizardry kind of does that too, but it's only because DreamCom is so fucking hopeless that they are so deep in the red that they are willing to try absolutely anything. They will give IPs to basically anyone. They're like, yeah, please just make us money. Just please make us some money. Please, God. Please, God, bail us out of our financial turmoil. It's born from desperation, Wizardry variants, Daphne. Friends like to say Limbus is the best gacha game because it's really bad at being a gacha game. Yeah, exactly. Jenna used to be part of that massive player base. Hey, Jenna played through Arknights. He played through the Arknights pretty recently. Give the poor kid a break. Do I would have a stroke if he had a game where the player base is not making plus 10 million? Oh, absolutely. And you know, the Sensor Tower reports don't cover all of the earnings of games. They only cover a small amount. Like, you can imagine that the Hoyo games, the Kuro games, they are grossing a lot of money. A lot of money. Like, a lot of other games like Limbus and that kind of thing are making actual peanuts compared to those games. It's my special child. Don't talk about him like that. I'm not talking about Wizardry. I'm talking about DreamCom, it is. DreamCom's something else, dude. DreamCom's something else. The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair, and they collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of warp trains was proving to be a significant boost to the Bloodfiend's regenerative ability. I'm really excited to hear this section. The battle trudged on without an end in sight. At this point, we've already been fighting for much longer than we had at K-Corp, border checkpoint, or at the basement of Withering Heights. The Sinners had all grown much stronger since then, but even they were reaching their breaking point. Onkahiti continues to wildly pummel the Bloodfiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing and crushing him every time a body part regenerated.
나는 배가 많이 고파.
잠시 배가 고프다는 이유로 수많은 사륙을 저지른 게 변명이 된다고 생각하는가?
닥쳐! 너는 몰라. 200년 동안 썩은 비라고는 그 빌어먹게 끔찍한
The bars.
아니야 떠올리기 싫어.
A riot has broken out in one of our cabins, requesting immediate dispatch.
조용히 해! 아니야 잘 못했어요.
Oh my god.
제발 한 모금만 주세요.
The voice acting on Cassetti is so good.
소용없어.
He completely bounces between pitiful and like overbearing. Princely and pitiful.
전부 짓이겨져 곤죽으로 바뀔 때까지 공격을 멈추지 않겠다.
But the Blood Fiend's regeneration is so powerful that he's recovering as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't.
권석, 나의 자식, 내게 새로운 생명을 주고 이 연회를 베풀어 주었다. 그러니 너도 네 할 일을 해. 어버이의 은혜에 보답을 하란 말이다.
제가 어떻게
이놈들의 약점을 찾아 이놈이 내게 매달렸던 것처럼 저놈들이
Blood Fiend phobic shrew.
수밖에 없는 이유를.
It shows that Don really has no idea at this point. There's not a flicker of Sancho like at this point, because this I didn't have the knowledge that I do now the first time we played through this, but there's not even a tiny little glimmer of Sancho in Don Quixote at this point.
한 가지 짚히는 것이 있다면
Sasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command.
저와 같은 의체 해결사들과 흡사한 전투 방식을 갖고 있다는 점이 있습니다. 의체를 가진 자들이
It's in Canto 2 that could be considered Sancho foreshadowing, really, Nefs.
된다는 생각으로 목숨의 소중함을 조금씩 잃듯이 저들도 자신의 목숨이 여러 개는 있다는데.
Cassetti not reacting to the name Don Quixote. Like, surely he knows the name of the patriarch. Maybe it just doesn't register. Yeah, maybe it doesn't register. Like, Cassetti's pretty far gone, right? Maybe it's just that. Yeah, Barbara reacted to it. Cassetti's gone. Like, Cassetti's absolutely done. He seems to be so far gone. Like, maybe that's this is probably overreaching, but like, we were talking about how Cassetti got free, right? And that's a complete mystery. But the thing that was keeping them in La Mancha land is their servitude, is their compulsion towards the patriarch, right? So like, maybe Cassetti lost that compulsion. Maybe that's how he got free. Maybe he just went so fucking insane that he just doesn't he doesn't remember any of it, or he lost the compulsion. Maybe that's why he's so broken. Who knows? One of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up from the ground. The master keycard Val showed her in one of the previous cards.
막으세요, 돈키호테.
어버이시여, 당신께 바치겠습니다.
Look, see how compulsed Sasha is towards him. That's the power of the Blood Fiend compulsion, right? Everyone ready for Valpurgis? I don't pull on this account, Weber, but I wish everyone the best of luck who is going to. Don Quixote immediately leapt at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael and Mayasol, who had been holding Cassetti down, no match for his strength without Don Quixote's fury. The Blood Fiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the keycard.
1등석 칸으로 갈 수 있는 열쇠입니다. 이것으로 더 많은 피주머니를, 왕국의 번영을.
No. Cassetti examines the master keycard with clear interest. Without that keycard, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination.
파우스트의 정보와 지식에 접근할 수 없던 지금의 저는 나름의 최선을 통해 오늘의 난관을 해치우고 있었다고 생각했습니다. 하지만
You saw your pulse during out nights, as a lot of people did, by the sounds of things, Weber.
모든 것이 더욱 불확실해졌군요.
Yeah, did something real bad to his sanity. Yeah, maybe it was after they... Again, this is completely overreaching. This is fan fiction territory, right? But like, maybe maybe them rebelling against Daddy Don like did something to them, like really messed them up because of the compulsion they were fighting. I'm basing a lot of this on like Vampire the Masquerade stuff, which seems to be largely what most of the Blood Fiendy stuff is taken from. They even use the word kindred in the translation. Because it's been said that Limbus draws from lots of different media. Like that pain of attacking your founder, your creator, is like unimaginable. But absolute envy resonance right now because you'll seem to be drowning in pools. I am literally drowning in pools, but I can't use them. So if that makes you feel any better, Weber. In the canto itself, they did bring up how painful it was to backstab me. Yeah, they did. They are depicted them as crying tears of blood. Yep, and the priest apparently tried to kill himself over it. Yeah, like it brought them so much unbelievable pain. So that maybe that is what drove Cassetti crazy. Who knows? Like whatever it is, something like there are no guards on La Mancha land. Like nobody's stopping them from leaving while it's open. Like while it was open, nobody was ever stopping them from leaving. It was their compulsion that kept them there. There wasn't any kind of gate on the door stopping them from leaving.
아마 그 원인을 따져본다면
Faust took a deep breath, as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble.
지금껏 파우스트에게 너무 의지해왔던 탓일 테죠.
From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on the information she received from Faust. So a situation like this, where she has to make the decisions on her own, must be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an exceptional sinner, with or without Faust. I've been thinking the same thing about myself, actually. And I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you still guided us masterfully after analysing the information we brought you. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember? Thus the lack of a plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself.
그렇군요. 저는 파우스트 중에서도 불확실성을 믿는 파우스트니까요. 마스터 카드키를 빼앗긴 것은 수많은 불확실성 중 단 하나일 뿐. 확실한 건 저자나 우리 둘 다 절박하다는
As long as you're having fun, Nefs, that's all that matters.
그 협상을 하는 수밖에요.
보아하니 저놈은 회복시키는 능력이 있는 듯한데 지금부터는 한 놈도 회복시키지 마.
Stop doing that, alright?
이 열쇠가 산산조각 나는 꼴을 보고 싶지 않다면.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'm sure you will be revitalized when they bring out actual new content. Maybe next month? But who knows? I'm happy to wait as long as it takes.
그것은 악인가의 타협 아닌가?
Hey Sulcus! How's it going? Yeah, next month is the loose plan. We have a couple of loose plans next month. Wizardry Daphne is aiming to try to get its new content out next month as well. So we'll see if either or both of them deliver. I didn't have the time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injuries just yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. The only sinner who could still move and talk was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that.
그럼 카세트, 장소를 이동하는 것은 어떻겠습니까? 저와 단테 씨만이 가겠습니다. 그곳에서는 당신을 공격하지 않겠다는 의사를 확실히 하죠.
There is no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must also be exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the Sinners. So Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the Sinners must have sounded pretty sweet to him.
아무도 없는 곳으로?
네.
He sounds so desperate in his voice as well.
이 앞칸에는 화물칸이 있습니다. 그곳에서
Free 30 times in CCN, you got 8 4-stars. Wow, Renault and Hugo, congrats, Sulcus. Incredible.
보아하니까 저 시계놈이 너희들의 왕인가 보군. 그렇지. 니놈은 그
Yeah, kinda.
그렇습니다.
좋아. 왕은 왕끼리 대화해야지.
관리자 나리.
Okay, this sounds so sad. Sounds like she's been heartbroken. As we left the incapacitated Sinners and Don Quixote, he watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the freight car. So, Faust, why are we doing this in the freight car again?
저는 처음으로 도박이란 것을 해보려고 합니다.
What? With that, the door closed shut behind us. You still don't have a Cassius? Oh no, Fox.
이 정도로는 충분히 원하는 바를 다
No,
했어.
Sinclair's at it again.
더 몰아치고 더 타올라서
We didn't make the thing on this, unsurprisingly. It's okay, we don't need to see lunacy. So, this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles?
그래. 처음부터 이게 문제였어. 이 망할 버스가 내 수면을 방해했다고. 화물칸이 이 버스로 가득 차지만 않았어도 이렇게 일찍 퍼레이드를 열 계획도
Commencing the parade so soon.
없었는데.
Creating a kindred at all.
단테.
Because he feels like he needs to make a parade of his own, I guess, because that's what you do, apparently.
연결된 것 같습니다.
Connection. The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I see what you did there. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion. She replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend.
메피스토펠레스에 탑승한 것으로 파우스트와의 연결이 복구되었습니다.
Did you know that this would work?
아니요. 아까도 말했다시피 도박이었습니다. 확률 자체도 계산하기 어려운 불확실한 저의 가정이었죠. 실제로 성공해보니 로자 씨가 왜 도박을 좋아하는지 조금은 알 것 같네요.
A faint smile momentarily appears on Faust's lips as she jests and fades away.
연결이 되었으니 워프 열차에 들어가면 파우스트와 단절된다는 중요한 정보를 누락한 것에 대해 시작부터 관리직 파우스트들에게 즉시 항의를 하고 싶습니다만 제가 이 상황에 대한 타개법을 찾는 것이 우선이겠네요. 다분히 의도적인
Yeah, somewhat takes precedence.
하지만 아니길 바랍니다.
Faust gently advanced toward the blood fiend.
협상에 대한 이야기를 하시죠. 어떻게 하면 그 마스터 카드 키를 돌려주실 거죠?
원래 같았으면 니놈들을 피주머니로 만든 후에 남김없이 마시려고 했지만 나는 이 왕국이 들키지 않고 조용히 아주 오랫동안 유지되길 원한다. 그 카드 키를 받고 너희가 있던 이 1등석으로 돌아가면 우리는 이곳에서 아무 일 없던 것처럼 지낼 거야.
I feel bad for him.
너희는
The
내려
voice acting's so good.
각자가 있을 곳으로 돌아가는 거야. 어때?
It's knowing what he must have gone through
아무
in
일 없었던
La
것처럼.
Mancha land as well. Got Renoa. Congrats, Belly. Colt. Oh, it's pity.
기억과 흔적까지 통째로 사라질 저희는 의뢰의 성패 여부를 넘길 방법조차 없습니다. 저 혈귀를 해치울 수 있다면 적어도 사건이 해결되었다고 W사에게 통보받을 수 있겠지만 이렇게 되면 저희는 단순한 힌트도 제공하지 못할 것이고 의뢰는 실패로 돌아가겠죠. 하지만 그보다 당신과 수감자들의 정신적 안정을 확보하는 것이 더 중요합니다.
It's not like we've always been successful. So that was something I could live with. But what about the other passengers of this train? And its future passengers? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply. Yet the lack of reply was a reply all on its own. We're gonna have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost. We cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust and the company's policy. And yet, Don Quixote? I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk. But with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car.
비겁하고 악독한 차를 아무 일도 없다는 듯이 보내줄 순 없네.
저놈이 또? 그럼 이 열차에 계속 갇혀 있겠다는 거냐? 나는 알고 있어. 내가 이 열쇠를 부수기만 하면 너희는 억겁의 시간 동안 이곳에서
상관없다. 악인의 만행을 못 본 채하고 앞으로 향하는 이곳에서 이놈을 계속해서 처단할 것이니.
Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wriggle free of our grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond her limits merely by walking here.
파우스트군, 이거 놓으시게. 나리도 이러면 안 되는 것이오.
Don Quixote, letting him destroy that key means you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment.
본인이 잡지에서 보았던 재밌는 이야기라도 잔뜩 해주겠다네. 다 같이 노력하면 아무리 긴 세월이어도 견딜 수 있지 않겠는가?
그것으로 해결되지 않으리란 건 돈키호테 씨도 알고 있다고 생각합니다.
그러면 다른 방법이 있지 않겠는가?
She sounds so mortified.
관리자 나리도 똑똑한 사람들이지 않을까? 저 악한 자도 벌하고 수감자들도 괜찮을 수 있는 방법은 정녕 없는 겐가?
Her struggle begins to wane. But this was no acceptance. This was dejection. Wait! Don Quixote! No! In the commotion, we failed to notice that the Blood Fiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second. A second too late.
어버이시여, 허가 없이 한 번 더 만드는 것을 용서하소서. 지금부터 네가 나의 두 번째 권속이 되는 거다.
Oh, he looks so spooky. Quixote screams incoherently as he leaps onto Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs, before we even had a chance to do anything.
설마 이런 식으로
They're
해결될
really,
거라고
really awesome art.
생각하진 않았는데.
I don't remember a lot of the CGs from this. They look amazing. Faust, what do you mean? The solution?
이전에도 보았지만 다시 한번 열람한 정보에 의하면 단테, 제 뒤에서 벗어나지 마세요. 그리고 지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수감...
Don Quixote levitates slightly into the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. And oh, that gave me shivers. I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Are you always so protective of those running shoes, Don Quixote?
운동화? 아, 우리 로신한테를 말하는 것인가?
Yeah, those.
본인은 수많은 모험을 이 로신한테와 함께 해왔네. 슬플 때나 기쁠 때는 물론이고 어떤 고난이 닥쳐와도 언제부터인가 내 곁을 떠나지 않고 지켜주었던 벗이지.
She doesn't know when she got them?
자, 관리자 나리도 로신한테에게 인사하시게.
No, I think I'm good.
헤이, 쑥스러워하지 말고 어서.
꼬질꼬질 냄새가 날 것 같아. 꼬맹이가 째깍이
Hey,
내
Carol.
고문시키고 있어.
로신한테는 냄새나지 않네. 로신한테는 보기에는 이래도 엄청나게 깨끗한. 아이, 그리고 본인도 꼬맹이 아니.
대피.
Okay, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those running Rocinante.
관리자 나리, 로신한테 안부까지 신경 써주다니 그거 참 친절하군.
I didn't mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing Rocinante.
잘 때는 물론이고 본인은 어느 상황이든 간에 로신한테와 떨어질 수 없는 사이일세. 단지 필요할 때만 찾는 사이가 아닌 모든 순간에도 함께라는 뜻이지.
Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote also wears that pair of running shoes, Rocinante. Have you ever taken them off?
벗는다니 그게 무슨 소리요? 로신한테를 떼어낸다는 것인가? 관리자 나리도 엉뚱한 소리를 다 하는군.
No, it's not. It's not a very odd insinuation. People take off their shoes. She looks at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking those pair of running shoes off was somehow an inconceivable idea. There was something much more than just her favourite pair of running shoes. Her attitude about it was totally detached from common sense, too, but she didn't notice anything strange about herself. What does Rocinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions, as the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. Then, darkness. In all-absorbing darkness, voice is our only light.
당신은 제2 권속 지금까지 어떻게 어떤 일렁임도 뿜어내지 않고서
I do think I saw a faint shimmering. It was red. She wore a long fur adornment of sorts. Through the shimmering I think I saw red eyes.
폐륜이군. 금기고.
I know that voice, but I also don't. I never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks toward the lesser being. The blood fiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling, pathetic.
선조시여 일마리 자비를 둘째 권속이시여 일마리 자비를 둘째 권속이시여 일마리 자비를
버릇없는 놈.
Crimson droplets of blood slowly rise around the blood fiend's mouth before congealing and sealing his mouth shut.
네 놈은 감히 나와 섞을 수 있는 말이 없다. 아니, 피를 거스르는 폐륜의 죄악을 저지른 채로 내 눈앞에 서 있는 것부터 용납되지 않는군.
No, poor Cassetti.
굳어지고 다시 녹아내려라.
Cassetti's body begins liquefying into a slick stream of blood, his form curdling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground. He melts, rapidly, yet ponderously, like that ice cream Don Quixote loved so much, puddling on the floor, heated under the searing sun.
너는
Don Quixote turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave. And with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something.
그래. 그대가 그 약속의 시계인가?
Something I couldn't quite understand.
나에게 로시나트를
Resonante.
부탁하지.
I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slipped them onto her bare feet, one by one.
언제?
She gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. It's so good, man. It's such a great scene. The CG is so lit as well. Yeah, so good. Sometime later.
이게 대체 무슨 일이 일어났던 건지 누가 납득되게 설명해 주실 분이 계신가요?
Yeah, it's like very similar to the Lobotomy Corp theme, Kabaski. I didn't really notice that. Yeah, it's very much like the impending, what is it called? I can't remember what the tracks are called. It's like a modification of those. And either the sinners would all be shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, all came back to life after I rewound the clock, all that remained was the destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting, obliterated remains of what was once Cassetti.
혈기와의 반복된 전투로 대부분 정신을 잃은 상태였다. 관리자님의 조치는 적절하다.
그랬지.
Well, good work, everyone.
하지만 여기서 대부분이라 함은 셋을 제외한 인원으로 설명을 요구한다면 그 인원의
Wait.
그 셋이 누군데?
파우스트, 관리자님. 그리고 아직 의식을 되찾지.
Meso, thanks, Meso.
뭐야, 그런 거예요?
Wow, you were spot on. When did you even have time to notice that? Oh boy.
의식이 꺼지기 바로 직전 발걸음과 목소리를 통해 파악하였습니다.
I love that he answers as well.
어떻게 된 거냐 그래서? 쟤는 또 왜 안 깨어나는
Yeah,
건데?
thanks, Meso.
깊은 잠에 빠진 듯하군요. 생명에는
Can't get anything by you, can we, Meso?
정신을 차리실 겁니다.
I remember everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation, how she practically erased the Blood Fiend and his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. But I also remember Faust's last words.
그리고 지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수가
Don Quixote was unconscious, and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that everyone would turn to me for some answers. That's, you know...
그러고 보니 제일 중요한 카드키는 어디?
Great question, Sinclair. Great question. Last I remember, it was in Cassetti's hands.
지금은 녹아내려버린 그럴듯한 꼴이 되었지.
그러면 그자가 들고 있었다던 카드 키는
반액체 상태가 되었다. 이자의 손가락 뼈와 같이 섞여 있군. 가운데 손가락인 듯하다.
Thanks, mess up. Wait. Oh.
다들 침착하세요. 침착해.
담배를 더 챙겨왔어야 했는데.
He sounds so stressed.
그 힘으로 열어봐도 되지 않냐?
Gregor is usually so unruffled, but he sounded so stressed there for a second. It was great.
마스터 카드 키가 없어도 상황을 해결할 수
Yeah,
있습니다.
immediately with the beer. Oh, I should have brought my cigarettes. Oh god. Oh god.
어떻게?
여러분에게 해결 방법을 완전히 이해시키기 위해 약 5시간 정도가 소요될 것으로 예상됩니다. 그러니 요약해서 말씀드리죠.
이거 다시 재수 없어졌네.
메피스토 팰리스의 뒷문을 이용하면 됩니다.
Steely confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us all over. So we headed to the corridor, past the back door, Don Quixote slung over one of her shoulders, and arrived at our destination.
무슨 일을 겪고 온 것이냐고 물어볼 수밖에 없는 몰골이군.
He'd really like to, but he can't.
후두둑, 후두둑.
Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took.
설명은 뒷사람 해줄 거야.
그게 어떻게 된 것이냐 하면 입안이 꺼끌거리는구려.
Some time ago. Vass explained the gist of the plan as we made our way to the back door.
간단히 말하면 열차가 아닌 공간에서 시간을 보내는 것입니다.
We finally get our beach trip.
A사 표준 시간으로 단 10초.
Swim
그
seats!
시간만 기존 차원에서 보낸다면
Mola Ishmael!
자연히 이 열차는 도착해 있을
Incel drama? And with that, Vass came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors.
잠깐. 문이 이렇게나 많고 많은데.
You miss girl failure,
않고
Vass.
그렇게 덥석
The thing is, she's not
열어두는
even really a failure, is she? She's still in like ridiculously smart, like a super genius, even without the other, like the Faust mainframe.
네, 이 문이 맞습니다. 안전은 보장하죠.
아니 이 문을 열면 뭐가 있는지 정도라도 알려줘야지.
I'd definitely be happy to learn more about that in Faust Canto.
못해요. 그 이상의 정보까진 확인하지 않았습니다.
I'm sure Peeb is smart in many ways.
훗날을 위해
Much
필요할
better.
테니까요.
What does Peeb do? Like, what's Peeb's profession? What's Phoebe's profession? State of mind. I guess so, Alkabaski, yeah.
뭐? 야, 그럼.
She's a church girl. Oh boy. Oh boy. Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open.
지금입니다. 모두 이 안으로.
With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked into a building that looked like a derelict, abandoned hospital of sorts.
모래폭풍 수준이야.
Wow. Unbelievable, Ellie. No way. In the church? Huh? Child experiments? Unlawful kidnapping? Cultist rituals? No. Not in an RPG setting.
뭐야 여기 실내 아니야? 그런데 대체 왜?
눈이 안 떠져요.
입에 모래가. 이게 설마.
Okay, it wasn't quite a beach trip.
천장도 멀쩡히 달려 있는데.
Almost.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sinners blurted out a series of colourful complaints, trying to convey themselves in the blasting sandstorm. It's close enough, Ellie. Thank you for your trusting and using the services of Warp Train. And may Warp Train be one of your favourite services. Yeah, no doubt. I would love to come back to Warp Train. Faust continued to count in that same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there, just as urgently as she had ushered us in. So, we managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the Warp Train as it arrived at the P-Court platforms. As the train was still getting cleaned up, that is. And with our bodies completely covered in sand.
이대로 도착 못하는 줄 알았어요. 멀쩡한 승객이잖아. 어떡해?
We were so happy to be done with this whole ordeal that even the W Corp cleanup agents in the middle of the cleanup mission looked downright hospitable.
저희는 귀사의 의뢰를 받고 워프 열차에 탑승한 림버스 컴퍼니 소속 직원입니다.
아, 팀장님이 사전에 고지했던 그분들이시군요. 정말로 기억을 갖고 있네요.
그러고 보니 저기 있는 수면용 포드에 직원분이 자고 계세요.
아, 그거 듣기만 해봤는데 한번 확인해보죠.
We walked over to the hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled into. Inside it was...
아무도 없는데요.
여기가 아니었나?
이곳이 맞다. 그럼에도 여기에 들어갔던 사람이 없다는 것은
딴딴딴.
걱정할 리가 없나? 뭔가 잘못 보신 게 아닐까요?
Yeah, we didn't do anything. We didn't help W Corp at all. Yeah, we didn't really help W Corp at all. We didn't fix what we were meant to be doing. I doubt that.
기본에서 잘못 본 모양이네요. 그럼 저희는 이만 나가보겠습니다.
Where did he go? Fast cut the conversation short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her outside without another word.
도착한 곳이요?
오늘따라 올해도 파자더만 이제 왔겠냐?
알겠다. 자세한 상황은 버스로 이동 중에 듣도록 하지.
네. W사의 관련 보고를 송부하는 것은 ACCA를 통해
Vigilius was already there when we arrived, discussing the events aboard the train with Faust. He looked oddly apprehensive.
나는 카론을 데리고 메피스토펠레스의 결속 해제를 지켜보도록 하지. 아무래도 관리자가 당신한테 할 말이 많아 보이는 분침.
Yeah, we just left a bunch of blood fiends. I guess they're only newly born, right? I guess. Oh wait, maybe they're not. I don't know. Because they would have been in the train for forever. So they would actually be really powerful, maybe? I guess they wouldn't have been able to feed though. They'd be insane. And probably weak. Yeah, I don't know. I was finally able to ask Faust once Vigilius left. Why did you do that? Yeah, I guess the blood bags that were left on the train probably were still weak. I don't know what. Yeah, I mean they were weak when we were going through, right? So even if they were there for thousands of years, effectively, they'd still be weak. I guess blood bags never get strong, apart from before the Doctrinaire fight and during the Doctrinaire fight. Those things are terrifying.
당신의 몸이 터져버리는 것보다 당연히 나은 선택이었으니까.
It was as if she knew that it was going to happen.
죽는다는 것을 거의 알고 있었음에도 시계를 돌리게 만든 것은 죄송하게 생각하고 있습니다.
No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you've known that Don Quixote is...
그것이라면 LCB가 결성될 때부터 파악하고 있었습니다. 베르길리우스도 같습니다.
Of course.
단지 관리자에게 적절한 때에 정보를 개방하라는 LCA 상부의 지침이 있었을 뿐입니다.
And that appropriate moment was back there?
제 개인의 판단으론 그렇습니다. 파우스트를 포함한 모든 연락이 두절된 상태이니 본사의 허락을 받을 수도 없는 노릇이었죠.
Right.
자세한 연유는 알 수 없겠으나 돌아왔구려.
Returned. That was a layered word. We've returned to one of the warp platforms in our own dimension. We've returned to our daily lives of speculating about what's next in our path. And the usual Faust, reconnected to Faust, has returned.
그렇습니다.
Faust quietly affirms Yisang's rather nebulous question.
농으로 물어보는 것이지만 언젠가 다시 만날 수도 있겠소?
She shot a puzzled look at Yisang.
나름대로 꽤 유쾌한 만남이지 않았는가?
Yisang risen! Yisang mused ambiguously before leaving us. Whew. The incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was. But it was also an opportunity to learn so much. But it was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P-Corp, so I decided to enjoy this momentary peace.
그래서 대체 P사엔 어떻게 도착했단 말인가? 아이, 목구멍은 왜 이리 답답한 것이고?
설명하기엔 너무 지쳤어요.
꼬맹이 진짜 엄청난 모험 하나 놓쳤어.
덕분에 방금 귀에 마지막 남은 모래알갱이가 떨어져 나갔네요.
The sinners look at Don Quixote's bewildered, awakening, grinning. There's no way to know what we'll be facing here at District 16, where P-Corp was located. But we got this, right? The same faith I saw in the Faust who believes in uncertainty rises within me too. I looked up to Faust, only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. She nodded at me with her usual, barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. Time to go find ourselves another golden bough. The next one will be easy. Dude, that was great. Limbus is one of the only games that I would want to replay the story to. Claim our sanity, our lunacy scraps. Yeah, it was really fun playing through that again with the knowledge that we had of the next cantos and with all the voices. The Bokgaks are great fun to play. That's the first one that like technically I had Time Killing Time, but like I'd never played the original Time Killing Time. When I got to Time Killing Time, the Bokgak was already on, and I played through it like while it was up. So yeah, that was my first actual realsies Bokgak. We need these. These are the only things we actually really need. Everything else just doesn't matter. We'll get some more anyway from Mirror Dungeons. I'll probably buy out like the flashy things or something at some point. Back to waiting for more Limbus. Oh, I didn't finish my daily quest yesterday. That's classic me. Just as well we logged in today. Cosmetics are the most important. No, the shards are the most important. Fuck the cosmetics. How many shards are we packing here? We've almost got enough for 4th Flame Radiant. 4th match Flame Radiant. We're close. That's our next ego on the list. We actually got to use Ebony Stem today. That was exciting. Multi-crack Heathcliff seems cool. Right, I did my dailies, right? I mean, I definitely did my dailies. I did my dailies. Right, that is all for Limbus for now. Multi-crack Heathcliff was rocking, dude. Yeah, like multi-crack crack Heathcliff was hitting some really good numbers. The charge doesn't seem like that bad to maintain and use. Like, I was led to believe that he was going to take ages to ramp, and I'm sure he does by modern standards, but compared to T-Corp Ryoshu, his resources are so much easier to manage.